Redwan, sorry, you're on mute. Not yet.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Apologies for that. Early morning, Monday morning gremlins in the system. I'll just start again. So I'll reintroduce myself. I am Ridwan Boda. I'm the head of technology, media, and telecommunications law at ENS Africa, Africa's largest law firm. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to today's webinar, the first of 2 days on IT contracts, what African businesses need to know. I have been a specialist technology lawyer for close to 20 years now, and I've been very fortunate to have been involved from the very early days of the intersection of technology and the law, and have seen how technology has transformed society and how law in itself has actually, or the practice of law has been transformed by technology. But today we're focusing more on technology transactions, so contracts, specifically where one acts as some or as a party who procures technology on behalf of your employer. So whether you're involved in procurement, whether you're involved in legal, or you are part of the IT team, or from a service provider perspective, whether you are supplying any type of technology, products or services, or even people. Being a technology lawyer for almost 20 years now, and you know, I never started off my career as with any background in technology. I had a BCom degree, and I had some knowledge of how to use a computer, but that's about it. And I think that's a starting point for many people's journey into technology contracts, is that not every single one of us has the benefit of having a technology background. We're very fortunate in my team, the latest generation of lawyers, so the last two junior lawyers that we hired both have backgrounds in technology and computer science, and they've got legal degrees, very different to the remainder of my team. Which is why I thought today's section, I'll start it off with key drivers of IT transactions. And why I start this with key drivers of IT transactions is because when somebody encounters a technology contract for the first time, or it's something that, you may be a general legal counsel and you encounter lots of different types of transactions and you've never been involved in technology, how do you even start to understand how to add value to your client and how to advise your client? Yes, you can advise on legal aspects which you may be familiar with, but just having a basis or a basic knowledge of certain key drivers of transactions, that goes a long way towards helping you advise better on the deal and add a lot more value to the deal. And I always start every single contract scores off with this section. It's very basic, but I think for today's purposes and today's audience, it's quite apt. Also today, I'll then be delving into understanding power and negotiation dynamics in IT contracts. I think most negotiations fail before it even begins. And I'll show you why I say that during the course of the presentation, and how can you actually shift that disadvantage which you may be starting off with, so that you don't fall, you're not trapped by that specific type of scenario where you've actually lost the negotiation before you even begin. Through the course of the day, some of my colleagues will be joining you as well, and I'll show you, I'll go through my colleagues with you shortly. But my colleague Raki Dulab will go through the sales and procurement process, structuring IT procurement activities optimally. So we follow almost the life cycle of a technology project, starting off with, first of all, understanding negotiation power and dynamics even before you start contracting. Next is the sales and procurement process. Thereafter, my colleague Shaista Tayub will come in and go through unpacking different types of contractual structures and also just touching on some terminology. Raki will, my colleague Priyanka Rath will then join you for what we call multi-party engagement. So that's where you have more than one party to a transaction. And Raki will then come back speaking about contractual processes, people, process, and culture, and how that impacts on contracting. And then in the last section of the day, my colleague Isaiva Naidu will start off going through basic, commonly encountered clauses in technology contracts. So what differentiates a technology contract from other contracts? And we'll touch on clauses such as limitation of liability, warranties, indemnities, etc. Isaivan will have to be joined by my colleague Rocky and myself, and we'll talk through each of these clauses from a different perspective. One, if you're acting for a service provider, and or two, on the other side, if you are acting for for a customer of technology services. Just some housekeeping rules. If you do have any questions, please do put it in the Q&A box. We will try and get to questions as and when. I can't always promise that we'll deal with your question in real time. We do have a lot of content to cover over the next 2 days, and so we will get to your questions at the most optimal time. Also, if you are experiencing any difficulties, please do send our team an email, or you should have their details from the meeting invite. So that is on day one. On day two of today's session, we'll be going through various other topics with you. Apologies, jumping back. Apologies, just having a few gremlins with my system. I'm not sure what is going. Today really is a blue Monday, and I do apologize for this. On day two of the webinar, we'll go through dealing with multi-jurisdictional IT contracts, the impact of regulations on contracting, understanding technology service agreements, including SLAs, and I think this is quite a critical part of technology contracting. We'll also deal with cloud computing contracts, projects, and how do you make sure a technology project comes in on time and in budget, and then artificial intelligence contracts, something that's really topical for today. And then after that is the contract process doesn't end there. What do you do once a contract is signed? I think most legal counsel in their foray into technology contracts once the contract is signed, but there's a whole host of post-contract measures that legal counsel can add a lot of value, and procurement teams as well, to make sure that things simply don't go wrong and things get executed as and when they're supposed to. And then finally, the very last section, tips and tricks to improve contractual processes. Brief breakdown of today's activities. So in the first session, which myself and my colleague Raki will cover, we'll go until roughly 11 a.m. South African time or so you can just adjust the time for your respective jurisdictions. We'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll get into session two. We'll then take a break for 45 minutes for lunch, and thereafter the last session of the afternoon will be a lot more detailed. As mentioned, we have a lineup of speakers for you over the next 2 days of the webinar, starting with myself, Isaiva Naidu, who is a partner in my team and who's been working with me for close to 18 years now. So a very long-standing member of my team and a partner in my team. Thereafter, Raki Dulab, who is a very experienced technology lawyer in her own right, having worked both in South Africa and Australia. And then joining us on day two from our Kenya and from our Ghana offices is Mahesh Acharya and Nanaya Ahmed, and they'll be adding a lot of perspective from different jurisdictions across Africa and how contracts are impacted based on your jurisdictions. We also have a whole host of junior members of our team, all of whom are experienced technology lawyers in their own right. Priyanka Rath, Shaista Tayub, Naledi Ramoabe, and Alexander Paul. And we do hope you will enjoy today's session. So let's start with the starting point of today's session, key drivers of IT transactions. As I said, I personally don't have a background in technology. I don't understand every single part of technology. I'm not a techie. I don't have a background in computer science, but I understand the basics of technology, and that is a starting point for you as well. Ultimately, if you break down technology, all of IT can be broken down into five simple components. So whenever you encounter a technology transaction, ask yourself the question, which of these components are you dealing with? And those components are hardware or equipment, software, or anything that requires some form of coding. So it could be software, apps, websites, or these days even algorithms in the artificial intelligence space. Connectivity is important. So for technology to operate optimally, you need to be connected to some form of network, either through a Wi-Fi network, a mobile network, etc. And what is the purpose of all technology? Ultimately, every piece of technology processes some form of data or the other. So data and databases are also a critical part of technology. And then the forgotten aspect of technology is people. People is you and I. So I'm a user of technology. That means when technology is being procured, you still need to factor in that there's a person who will be using the technology. If a technology product is being developed, there's a developer who's probably coding, and that's a person. If you have a problem with technology and you contact a contact center or help center, apart from chatbots, which are now starting to change the game slightly, there's ultimately a human being behind the scenes. So people are the forgotten part of technology. Underpinning every single phase of technology, you'll see the block on your right-hand side, is security or cybersecurity. And this is one of the most fundamental and critical parts of all technology. And security spans every single part. So every single IT transaction that you will encounter consists of one or more or all of the above elements. So when you first receive a technology contract, or if you are instructed to draft a technology contract, or if you are vetting or you're going out to tender, ask yourself, ask the teams, your technical teams who are with you, what are you dealing with? Are you dealing with hardware? Are you dealing with some form of software? Are you dealing with connectivity? Is there a data element, which ultimately there should be? And what is the people factor in technology? It sounds very simplistic, but with time, I've found from my personal experience, and I've been very fortunate to work on some of the largest, if not the largest, transactions on the African continent and in the Middle East Africa region. And because of or this experience has always been from the basis where every single transaction that I encounter, I would break it down into these components. So I have a better understanding what is my client trying to procure? What are they trying to actually derive from the service provider? Or if I'm acting for a service provider, what is it that my client is trying to provide? What sort of service or product are they trying to provide? What are the core components of that? By breaking it down, you'll find with time, not only are you able to advise better from a legal perspective, but from a procurement perspective and from a commercial perspective, and even a technical perspective, with time, you'll see that you can add a lot more value to transactions than, the simple a generalist lawyer who doesn't have any background or training in technology law. And to illustrate how this works, and you may say, you know what, it's still, technology is still overwhelming and baffling. I think the starting point is take out your phone. So literally take out your phone. I don't mean this old phone. Take out your mobile phone. So here you go. Here's my mobile phone in front of me. If you understand how a mobile phone works in principle, you've understood the core components of technology. And every single transaction ultimately comes down to one of these components, or sometimes more, all of these components. So if you take out your phone, you'll see that physically, what are we dealing with here? And I'm just going to go 2 slides back. You're dealing with a piece of hardware. It's tangible, it's physical, it has a screen, it has components. Things can go wrong with this, things can break with this. So if your screen cracks, for example, you know that you need to take it in and somebody has to repair that. Likewise, if you are procuring hardware, whether it's something as basic as a laptop or a printer or something as sophisticated as, say, a scanner for airports or some sort of Internet of Things device, ultimately every single piece of hardware needs two things. Number one, you need someone to provide it to you. And number two, you need somebody to fix it for you if there's a problem. So if you unpack hardware into its various components or the different types of transactions, hardware can, from a contractual perspective, when you're dealing with hardware, ask yourself the question, am I buying hardware? So am I buying it outright? Am I leasing hardware? So am I actually not owning the hardware, but going to a third party and asking that third party to supply me with hardware under some form of lease, which means if something breaks, they may fix it. Uh, am I having hardware custom built for me? And with every single hardware transaction, inevitably something is going to break, and something is going to go wrong with it. So, do you have somebody to fix those problems when they occur? And that's where hardware support and maintenance comes in. So, as you start understanding this concept of hardware, you'll find that from a technology transactions perspective, you may enter into a hardware sale agreement. You may enter into a hardware supply agreement. You may enter into a hardware leasing agreement. You may enter into a hardware support and maintenance agreement. So it can be broken down in different phases. There's also hardware financing agreements, which is also something that occurs quite common. So ask yourself from a hardware perspective. So if you are taking out your mobile phone, what could go wrong with the actual physical mobile phone? So part of support and maintenance may be uh, the screen cracks. So you need a replacement screen. But if you take it, if it's you and I having a problem, we'll take it to a retail store. But if your organization has a problem, you can't be taking things into a retail store when you've procured 20,000 laptops for your staff or 20,000 mobile phones. You need somebody to come to you to be more proactive and to render you a service for you. Or what happens if there's a component failure? So suppose the camera here at the back, something breaks with the camera. How do you then get a replacement? Will your service provider have enough replacement stock or spare parts available? So all of these are things that you need to think about when you are procuring hardware. When you deal with hardware, so that's the first component. The next component is software. So if I open my mobile phone, I have an iPhone. An iPhone operates off an operating system known as iOS. Likewise, your system may operate off Android or Huawei or whatever it may be. You may have a Microsoft-based phone. So that's a form of software. If one then looks at all of the different apps on my phone, sorry, I'll just make it a bit clearer. So you'll see each app here in itself is almost software in its own right. So each of these are a product in its own right. Each of these have been developed by a third party, or some of these are developed in-house. So you may see, for example, on mine, there's an ENS logo here. That's an ENS internal app. That's developed by our in-house teams. But there's other apps on there. There's a currency converter. There's WhatsApp. There's Outlook. So all of these are third-party software. With software, very similarly, most technology transactions actually take place in the software space, but it's not the only space that it takes place. So the first thing you need to ask yourself when you are dealing with a technology transaction involving software is, what is happening here? Am I asking somebody to build me something that doesn't exist? Or that's what's known as software development, or am I asking somebody to take an existing piece of software and tweak it for my purposes? So, for example, I get Outlook. Outlook is an existing piece of software, but I want it with a blue screen. I want it with black text. I want it with a certain font size. That's configuration. If one looks at technology such as SAP and Oracle, that's more software configuration than development. Or I may want a ready-made piece of software. It's off the shelf. So I want a Microsoft product. I want Outlook. That's software licensing, which means I simply am going to a third party and saying, you have this product. I want this product. I want the ability to use it. And they will say, fine, I will license it to you. Cloud computing has changed this because now you have this concept of software as a service, which means you don't in the old days, you used to have software on a CD or a disk or CD-ROM if you're old enough to know what a CD-ROM is, or floppy disk or stiffy or many variations. These days, if you want to access software, most software can be accessed through the internet, and that's known as software as a service and cloud computing, which we'll unpack in a lot more detail on day two of our webinar. But so software can be developed, it can be configured, it can be licensed. Software can never be bought. So more often than not, we hear this term companies use very colloquially that I bought software. You can never buy software outright. You can have software developed. You can have the IP rights in that software assigned to you. So software assignment is another type of technology contract that we do. But you would never just buy software outright. You would license typically a third-party product from you. Even websites can be developed for you. With the move towards artificial intelligence, the software component comes in from algorithms. So AI is based on two components. One is algorithms, two is data, and my colleague Alex will unpack AI in a lot more detail in day two. But ultimately, the software component of AI is the development of the algorithm itself. So with software, as I said, it can be developed, it can be configured, it can be licensed. But as with hardware, software has failures. No software is foolproof. Software always has bugs attached to it. There's not a single company in this world that can tell you with certainty their software has no bugs in it. And that's where software support and maintenance comes in. I'm going to differentiate the concepts, and it's critical that you understand this difference upfront. So when we speak about software support and when we speak about software maintenance, there's a big difference. Likewise with hardware support and hardware maintenance, there's a big difference between the two. Maintenance essentially means in the software realm, the provision by a third party of things like updates, upgrades, bug fixes, patches, new releases, and the like, where support actually refers to almost like a help desk service. So there's something wrong with my software, it's not functioning. I need to pick up the phone and call somebody, or I need to log a ticket online. I need to report a bug or report a failure. So the support element comes in from literally you are contacting a third party to say, please help me, I have a problem. Whereas the maintenance element comes in from the software provider being more proactive in saying, we understand that there are certain bugs in our software. Here's a patch that will fix it, or here's a bug fix, or we want to give you new functionality in our software. So here's an update to our software, here's an upgrade to our software, or even a new release. It's critical that you understand the difference between support and maintenance. Too many times we see companies getting this wrong when they procure software. Some focus on the support element, some focus on the maintenance element, but both are critically important, and both require different types of service levels, both require different types of clauses, both require different types of protections. So that's software. Coming back to my mobile phone. So as I said, it has a number of apps, and app is just another form of software. But for me to make the most of this mobile phone, I need to be connected to a network. And that's where connectivity comes in. What this means, for me to maximize usage of this device, I need to have access to the internet. So think of flying on a plane. Your cell phone may be in airplane mode, as I should put mine on now before this starts to ring. So now my phone is on airplane mode, which means nobody can contact me, which means if I click on any of my buttons here, most of the devices won't be operational, or I'll get very limited usage out of it. So for example, I may go to my calculator and I can still use it in full. But if I go to Outlook, I can't send and receive new emails. I can read my old emails, but that's about it. So connectivity is another critical part of IT contracting. When you and I wish to procure connectivity, we'd simply go to our mobile provider and get a SIM card or an eSIM these days. And that's how we connect to a network. But in the age of Internet of Things, connectivity doesn't only extend to mobile devices or laptops, it also extends now to various devices. So you may have security cameras all over your building. All of those are connected to a network. You may have sensors which are attached to water monitors to monitor water usage in the municipality. That needs to be connected to an internet. If you have a bank with 1,000 branches and 2,000 ATMs across the country or across the region, All of those need to be connected to the internet. So connectivity contracts can become quite large. In fact, 2 years ago, one of the largest contracts I worked on was a massive connectivity contract for one of the large banks because they were going out to procure connectivity solutions for the entire branch network across Africa and for the entire ATM network across Africa. And literally that technology transaction was in the billions of dollars. So these connectivity contracts can be quite sizable from a business perspective. Think of your own workplace. How many staff do you have working for you in your organization? When you want to mobile services, when you want to connect your Wi-Fi to your offices, you need some form of connectivity service. And generally, you wouldn't procure that from just anybody. You would want to make sure that you're procuring it from a reputable party who can service a large-scale organization. With connectivity also comes problems. So what happens if something goes wrong? What happens if your Wi-Fi device is faulty? You need support and maintenance as well with connectivity. So if something goes wrong with your router, is your service provider able to come and replace your router or fix the problem so that you can be up and running quickly? Just think of it, when you don't have access to the internet, your business basically comes to a halt. So these connectivity contracts are critical. Don't always sign up to your service provider terms and conditions as is. And I'm going to come back to whose contract should you use later in the course of today's discussion. The next core element of technology is data. Every single app, every single piece of technology has a data element to it. What this means is you're processing some form of data. Data can be different things. Data can be, think of your camera on your phone. It processes photographs and videos. Think of Outlook. It processes text communication messages. Also, sometimes you can upload images and documents. Think of your Microsoft Word. It processes Word documents. Think of Excel. It processes Excel documents. So all of these are different forms of data. Every single one of your transactions will involve a data element. In the age of privacy, that data element has become all the more critical. In the age of big data, it's become all the more critical. In the age where data has value, those data clauses and those data contracts have become all the more critical. So in the past, I recall going back maybe 15 years ago, yes, we had data clauses in our agreements, but those are very short. These days, we have schedules and even sometimes self-standing agreements when it comes to data and databases. And data also, when you look at it from a transactional perspective, data can be monetized, data can be shared, data can be made available for training. If you think in the AI space, one of the areas which are fast developing as businesses is companies are making data sets available as a service. What they're saying is, we've got, for example, all this medical research data. You have an AI algorithm, you need to train it. We'll provide you with this data and you'll pay us a fee. The concept of data ownership is a very interesting one. In most jurisdictions, this concept does not exist because data ultimately comes down to IP rights. And in most common law jurisdictions, data ownership in itself is not recognized as a form of technology, or data itself is not recognized as a form of IP. But databases are, which is a bit different to data itself. In the age of privacy, data also has its own nuances. We'll unpack data during the course of day 2 of our webinar. But critical to note that data can be self-standing in terms of the types of transactions that you work on, or it will be a critical part of every single contract that you work on. So even if you're taking, for example, a hardware contract, if you are procuring laptops from a third party, what happens when that laptop is end of life? It still has data sitting on it. What happens to that data end of life? Do you simply leave it and give away your laptop for scrap? What happens if it's got personal information or personal data on there? Where does that leave you? What happens if it's got sensitive company information? What happens if it's got trade secrets on there? So these things are things more and more companies are starting to think about. And then the final element is people. And the people aspect of technology is often the most overlooked. Most transactions, if you look at the cost drivers of a transaction, so when you are procuring technology, it's critical that you understand these components so that you understand, what am I actually paying for? many times the hidden cost of technology comes from people. So if you are paying for support and maintenance service, that means human beings need to be attending, especially to the support aspect. If you need, for example, if you have a problem with a router in your workplace, you need physically a human being to sometimes come up and look at that router and investigate the problem, and then come with a fix or replace that specific device. So people are often the overlooked part of technology, but people are and themselves made available as a service. So many transactions that we work on are consulting services transactions, where you may get a professional to come in and, for example, do a technical architecture document for you, or do a business requirements specification for you. Or you may want to procure a team of developers to develop software for you, but ultimately you are procuring people to do that work for you. Yes, they come with tools, etc., and those tools fall in within the realm of software. But ultimately, people are the big driving cost behind why you are paying so much. A few years ago, we had a transaction for one of the large banks. It was probably the largest ever cloud computing transaction in the Africa Middle East region. And the biggest cost factor in that entire transaction was not the actual software or the actual service being procured, but it was the people costs associated with transferring data and scrubbing data and changing data from one format to another, so that the data could work from the on the newer platform as opposed to the old platform. So whenever you encounter any type of IT transaction, always ask yourself the question. And the great thing of technology law is that whether you are practicing law in South Africa, in Accra, in Kenya, in Mali, in Sudan, in Japan, in Australia, it doesn't matter where in the world you are. Technology is common throughout the world, which makes the practice of technology law much easier than other areas of law, because the list of laws that you need to be au fait with are less and less. Yes, there are local nuances. So there's, for example, local data privacy laws. There may be local laws around things like electronic signatures, etc. But when you're looking at technology from a transactional basis, or from a procurement basis, or from a contracting basis, the great thing is that a technology transaction generally is neutral wherever in the world you may be procuring technology from, or many times you may be working on a transaction where you'll find a supplier is based in country A and the customers in country B, and the users are spread across 10 other countries. So that's a great part of technology. So when you talk about what African businesses need to know, it's no different to what a business in the US needs to know. It's no different to what a business in other countries need to know, because technology is the great leveler, and because technology is the same globally, the list of nuances are very limited. And in the course of today's session and the next session, especially on day 2, we'll go more into those local nuances to a great degree. So this is the starting point for understanding any single technology transaction. Also, don't forget, whenever you procure any type of technology or technology type of service, every single contract must have some form of security provisions in there. If you are omitting those, you are missing the most critical part of technology, because in the age of hacking, in the age of big data, in the age where data is your asset, and I use that as a very loose term, asset, it's critical that you ensure that you've got sound cybersecurity and cybersecurity provisions in place, so that when something does go wrong, that you know that you have preempted it, you've acted responsibility towards your employer organization. And if you have a service provider who tells you that they can't give you assurances around security, that's a very questionable transaction, and you need to pay specific and particular attention to those type of transactions. Conversely, you have companies that are really good at security. They may have accreditations such as various ISO accreditations, NIST accreditations, and the like. And those are the more proactive companies, and those are the ones who really do understand and take your security seriously and cybersecurity seriously. So to sum up the first section, every single transaction is driven by one or more, all of these elements. And as a lawyer, one of the first things you need to ask yourself is, what am I dealing with? Or even as a procurement professional, with time, you'll find your understanding of these type of transactions becomes better and better. You'll be better placed to know what type of contract to draft, because a lot of times companies get it wrong right at the outset. So I've seen companies draft a development contract when there's no development work taking place. I've seen companies develop a consulting agreement when there is development contract taking place or when there's licensing taking place. I've seen companies simply ignore connectivity contracts and go out and free for all and procure various types of connectivity solutions from various sources, ignoring things like security, ignoring things like privacy, ignoring things like who has access to my data. So be aware of these elements, and with time you'll find you can add a lot more value to your transactions. And that brings me to the end of the first section. The next section, and this is quite a critical section that companies get it right from the outset, is understanding power and dynamics in contracts. Most companies, especially from a customer perspective, lose the negotiation before it even begins. Why do I say that? Because there's a number of things that companies do that actually kills your negotiating power. Many years ago, probably 15 years ago, I was doing work for a client here in Johannesburg, and on the wall of the client's office, I came across this image. I took a photo of it and I've kept it with me ever since because I swear by this as a technology lawyer. It's helped me countless of times understand who am I dealing with and what are some of the things I need to be aware of before even entering into any type of contract. So one of the first questions you would have to ask yourself as a company is whose contract are you going to be using in a negotiation? I'm not going to answer that now because one of my colleagues will deal with that in a lot more detail. But one of the key drivers of technology and negotiating power is if you look on your left axis, your x-axis or your left axis, sorry. I'm not a mathematician. I forget my X from my Y's. But if you look at the one axis, it says market competition. If you look at the other axis, it says switching cost. So if you come to the bottom left corner, when you are going out to procure technology, which has very low switching costs and where the market competition is very high, you are dealing with a commodity type product. That makes your negotiating power a lot more strong and a lot more effective. As you move up, so let's move up one block up to the block where it says oligopoly. So this is a scenario where there's very low market competition, but very low switching costs as well. What tends to happen, and this happens a lot in the banking space, is that with mergers and acquisitions activity, IT companies start cannibalizing their competitors, and eventually you find that in a specific space, there's only a handful of players dealing with it. It's still easy to move from one player to the other, but what tends to happen with time is that these players start to mimic each other's behavior. So they almost copy and paste each other's terms, and they adopt equally dubious practices when it comes to how they deal with their customers. But as you move through this graph, if where you are faced with low switching costs, it's easiest to switch from one provider to another because it's cheap. It's not a difficult thing. But even in where competition is low, there's still competitive tension in the market, which means you still have a great degree of negotiating power. Let's move to the bottom side, effective monopoly. So this is where your switching costs are extremely high and market competition is high. If there may be lots of competitors in the market, but because it's so expensive for you to move from one provider to another, it's cheaper for you to stay with your current provider. It takes away your negotiating power, not at the time of contracting, but more often at the time of renegotiating a contract. And then the most difficult situation to be in is where your switching costs are extremely high and where the level of competition is extremely low. And that's where your negotiating power is probably the least. So when you are dealing with the likes of an SAP or Oracle or Microsoft, more often than not, your switching costs are extremely high. To switch from one technology to another, it's extremely high. And there's not many competitors out there, which means your negotiating power comes down significantly. And that also helps you answer the question, do I work off my service provider's paper or my paper? If you're going to go to Microsoft and say, here's my MSA, I want you to sign, Microsoft will simply tell you, no, thank you, we're not interested in doing business with you. Whereas if you are dealing with a commodity provider, somebody providing, some form of basic consulting services, it's not difficult for you to switch one provider to another because your contract may be flexible enough. And there's lots of people you can switch to. So your negotiating power increases exponentially in those instances. Always bear in mind this graph when you are dealing with any service provider, not just when you are negotiating, but also when your contract comes up for renewal. So one of the companies out there, a big tech company, is notorious for what I call the drug dealer model. So excuse me for a second. What this effectively means is that they give you lots of free pieces of technology when you buy technology or when you procure technology from them. And after year 3, your staff becomes so used to working on that technology or so hooked on that technology that now that your staff wants that technology, it's made your workplace more productive. You find that the cost of that technology all of a sudden is far higher than what you would normally pay had you gone out to tender in the first place. Also, and that's what I call the drug dealer model. So get you hooked on something that's free, and with time you'll start paying the price exponentially. Also, in every single one of your transactions, especially when you are dealing with cloud computing transactions, understand before you even sign your contract, or even when you are at the procurement stage itself, at your tender stage, your RFP stage, what is the switching cost? So for you to move on to a service provider's technology, it may be something brand new, so you may not have had a system before. For you to move on to there, don't only think of what happens as at the date you sign. So for the 5-year term or 3-year term that you sign, think of what happens at the end of the term. Will you still need the service provider? Will your operations become so integrated into your service providers that it makes it difficult or expensive for you to switch? Because when you find that happening, you'll find that your service provider knows this. The service providers are very, very, very savvy. I mean, they train to know these things. But what that does is that it puts and it weakens your negotiating power significantly. So every single transaction, at the inception of a transaction, understand two things. Number one, who else can I get the service from? Number two, how difficult will it be for me to move off the service if something were to go wrong, or if in 3 years' time my contract comes up for renewal and my service provider all of a sudden is charging me for something that was $100 before, it's charging me $150, whereas the market price may be $90. But your service provider doesn't want to budge, and they know that you won't go anywhere else because it's too expensive to switch, and it's still cheaper for you to stay with them even at that exorbitant price. So understand this at the outset. Always refer back to this graph when you are starting any type of negotiation because it's going to help you answer a lot of questions, and it's also going to help you ask the right type of questions around market competition, switching costs. And this is where your procurement teams have a big role to play. Sometimes you find that teams, especially now in the AI realm, they see competitors using a specific product and they rush out to get that product without having any consideration as to what other products are out there, or how difficult will it be to switch from one product to another product, or how expensive will it be to switch from one product to another product. So most negotiations are actually lost at this stage already because companies have failed to appreciate whether or not there's competitors out there and have failed to appreciate what the switching costs are. The next area which kills transaction is time, and time is the silent killer of most transactions. More transactions or negotiations have failed simply because time became the most critical factor. What happens is that when you have a deadline approaching, you tend, and as you get closer to that deadline, you tend to make concessions to your counterparty that you otherwise would not have made. And this can be easily avoided. So the first bottom right of your screen, waiting too late to contract. This is one of the single biggest mistakes I see most of our clients making, is they understand probably 6 months or a year in advance that they need a specific technology. They go out to tender. They think legal is an afterthought. And then like a week before they want to procure a technology, they pass it on to legal and say, we need this signed by next week. Just vet this contract quickly for us. That kills your negotiating power quicker than any other thing. The next two things which I see companies actually placing themselves at the most disservice is artificial deadlines and self-created urgency. Self-created urgency exists where there is no urgency, but just the perception of urgency. So sometimes it may be linked to somebody's KPI, so somebody's boss has told them, I want the software implemented by a certain date, and it's, if you do so, you get your bonus. If you don't do that, you are going to, you may be penalized, or your career is going to start suffering. So this self-created urgency, it may be, or it's one of the biggest killers of your negotiating power. Artificial deadlines is another thing. I've seen so many clients come to me and say, we've got this deadline. And when I ask them, and you as a lawyer need to always question, why do we have this deadline? What is so imperative that this contract must be signed by this date? And sometimes there's a legitimate answer. So, for example, in the banking space, there may be a new regulation coming that has come in, and by a certain date, all banks need to comply with certain standards. That's an example of a legitimate deadline. So, something is legitimately striving. An artificial deadline is exactly the type of scenario that I explained. Somebody's bonus or KPI is on the line, so they create an artificial deadline, or somebody wants to go on leave by, say, 15th of December, and but they want everything done and dusted and signed by that date. Those are examples of artificial deadlines. Those kill your negotiating power quicker than anything else. Other areas where we see companies really failing is negotiation team turnover. So sometimes in large transactions, negotiations drag on. I mean, sometimes it could go on for months. We've had certain negotiations go on for 6 months. And during that time, as people move in and out of the account, whether it's on your side or your counterparty side, that leads to delays in the negotiation process, because people come in with different ideas. Personalities drive behavior. Personalities drive what may be important in a negotiation. And, that again can be easily avoided through things like playbooks, through things like proper pre-planning, through having a skilled negotiation team, etc. The next thing, and too many companies fall foul of this one, is time-based discount offers. So the entire IT world, again, if you take nothing else from the next 2 days, take this one piece of reflection from me. The entire IT world is driven, especially when you're dealing with US companies, is driven in quarters, which means companies set revenue targets for their sales staff on a per quarter basis. In the US, because they report on a per quarter basis. What tends to happen is, because the salesperson is incentivized to close a deal by that particular date, they're also given leeway to offer discounts. So a salesperson will come to you, they haven't met their target for a specific quarter, and they'll come to you and say, remember this product you were interested in, it costed you $100. If you sign by Friday, I'll give it to you for $75. And like that, what tends to happen is that the client's eyes wide open, rush to legal, say, we need to sign this by Friday. But in that process of signing, because your negotiating power is now so low because of the time pressure, you tend to make concessions that you otherwise would never have made, simply to get the deal over the line. In almost every single case where a client has come to us to say, if we sign by Friday, we'll get this discount, and if we don't sign by then, we're not going to get this discount. In almost every single instance, clients have come to us, that discount will be available in the next quarter as well, and the quarter after that, and the quarter after that. So don't fall foul of that. That is behavior that IT companies have really enforced on their customers, and you need to be savvy about these things. If your IT company can offer you a specific discount today, there's no reason why they can't offer it to you in a month's time or 2 months' time. Sometimes there's legitimate reasons why. So, it may be end of life, or it may be that, it's financial year, and there is a natural price increase anyway from year to year. But that's where understanding the IT company you're dealing with also becomes important. So read their financial statements, understand where their revenue comes from, understand where the revenue pressures come from, especially in bigger transactions. So knowing your opponent is critical. Other things which kill your negotiating power through time is parking big items for the last. So many times we see this happening, is that companies start off negotiations very well meaning, only for the bigger items to be left for the very last. So you get to the last week of negotiations, and all of a sudden you have this list of 10 items. All of them are big issues like limitation of liability, indemnities, maybe stances on data protection, etc. And what tends to happen is because you're now under time pressure, you're going to make concessions on big items very, very late on, simply because you've been at negotiations for the last 3 months. You can't afford to let that negotiation fail. And your service provider knows that, because the longer they drag you on, and it ties in with the next point, drag in the negotiation process, the longer a process drags on, the more pressure it puts on the client to finalize it, because nobody wants to go to their boss and tell their boss, I've been negotiating a deal for the last 5 months, but we're now at loggerheads on these 5 issues and we're not going to sign. Nobody is going to be impressed by that organization. And there are ways to overcome this. In 2 slides from now, I'm going to go through how do you then overcome all of these time pressures. So be aware of this, because nothing kills your negotiating power more than time. And this is something that you always need to be aware of. What else kills your negotiating power? So these are various examples of other things which kills your negotiating power. When I speak more from a customer perspective, it could go the other way around as well. Divide and conquer. We see this happening so often. Recently, I was involved in a very large negotiation for a client, and I warned the client upfront to say this specific service provider is notorious for dividing and conquering. What this means is that they deal with the negotiation team day to day, but the second they don't get their way, they'll go to a stakeholder who sits outside of the negotiating team in the client to say, your team are being difficult with me on these issues. Can't you intervene and give us our way on this? And then what tends to happen is that that person then, for whatever reason, and I'll get to some of those reasons shortly, that person comes down hard on their own negotiating team. And what the service provider has successfully done is divided and conquered. So many times we see this killing deal negotiating power. We, in a transaction, as a negotiating team, we all aligned with each other. We're on the same page. We've been in the wars and in the trenches for months together. And then some stakeholder from above all of a sudden pulls the rug from under us, simply because the service provider went to the next person in line and said, you know what, your team is giving me a hard time, and you need to intervene in this. Be aware of this. And that's where your organizational alignment becomes absolutely critical. And the second so every stakeholder involved in any IT procurement exercise, from your CIO, even if it goes to your CEO level, every single stakeholder needs to be aligned. Recently, one of my colleagues had a massive negotiation for one of the banks, and the service provider was not getting their way in negotiations. And what did they do? They went to the next person in line. And that person said, sorry, we're not budging on this. So they went to the next person in line till they got to the CEOs, to the CFO and the CEO. And because the organization was fully aligned internally, they did not get their way from any single person in the chain. And they were literally told to go pack their bags and leave the negotiation, because they not only disrespected the negotiation process, but they were trying this divide and conquer strategy. Many deals fall foul because of this. And don't be naive to think it won't happen in your organization. I've seen some of the most sophisticated organizations in this country and even globally fall prey to this and fall foul to this. And you are not just because you may think your colleagues. That's not always the case. So be aware of this. Set the expectations right. Have everybody internally aligned before you even start your negotiation. Because the second this happens, you want to be able to speak with one voice and not have various chattering in the background. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't have escalation paths. So what is an escalation path? Sometimes it's inevitable that the negotiation team in front of you can't make decisions on certain things, maybe outside of their delegation of authority, etc. But in that case, you need to be very clear on what the escalation path is, which means where do you go to next if you're not getting your way in negotiations. But that needs to be clear. So at the inception of every negotiation, I always ask my opponents the same question. Is your team in the room empowered to make decisions? If not, what is your next level of escalation if we are not seeing eye to eye on clauses? But it's done so in a collaborative manner. It's not done so underhanded like a divide and conquer strategy. It's a clear respect and understanding between the parties that if we can't reach our way on certain things, that we may need to bring in additional stakeholders from both parties side and have that escalation paths. Internal misalignment, as I said, one of the biggest killers of negotiating power. Number four, corruption. It sounds like, again, one of those things that it can never happen to me. Four and five, I see this happening quite often. Sometimes you get enthusiastic champions, compromised individuals, or people who are betting for the other team. And more often than not, that's rooted either in a corrupt relationship, or sometimes it's not corruption. It's just you may have a people pleaser on the other side, or within your organization, or you may have someone whose KPIs are tied to something, and your opponent knows about this. So be aware of this. Too many IT transactions go wrong because either there's corruption or somebody on your side is betting too hard for the other team. And you really, really need to keep an eye out for this. 20 years working in the IT industry, I can tell you without hesitation, it is one of the most corrupt industries out there. And don't think that your organization, and it's not public sector versus private sector. I've seen things equally bad happen in private sector as it does in public sector. I've seen CIOs get caught taking bribes. I mean, in one negotiation specifically, we were dealing with, for one large South African company, and we were dealing with a very well-known German technology company. And the negotiator, head chief negotiator for our opponent, was a very arrogant person, and he wasn't getting his way on a certain clause, and he stood up screaming and ranting at me, saying, we were promised this work by the CIO. The CIO was in Germany last year, and he promised us this work. And then we sat back and say, wait a minute, when the CIO was in Germany long before this RFP was ever issued. So if the CIO promised you this work before we even went out to tender, that means there's a big problem in this entire procurement process. And literally the CIO lost his job because of that. Conversely, I've seen things go the other way around. I was once involved in a negotiation for a large bank, and we were dealing with an Italian company, a very flamboyant man on the other side, very loud, very brash, very arrogant man. And throughout the negotiation, what had happened is that he would fly in, and he had this band of traveling secretaries, all these, very beautiful people with him, and they'd wine and dine the client at night, or he'll fly them to Italy, show them a good time. And before I know it, during the negotiations, I find that people who were supposed to be on my client's side were actually arguing against me in negotiations on behalf of our opponent. So I raised this because it was a red flag, but the corruption spread so much that I was actually told I'm the troublemaker. I need to step away from this negotiation simply because the corruption went to the very top of this organization. So be aware of this. Don't be naive to think it cannot happen to me. Infighting is another big issue. We see this happening a lot. The second there's infighting within a team, your opponent is going to sense that weakness and is going to exploit this. Also, a us versus them strategy. We see this happening way too often, where your counterparty speaks to the business stakeholder, and they speak from a business to business level. And what they do in that process, very subtly, is they make the lawyers the enemies in the room. Meanwhile, the lawyer is not your enemy. The lawyer is there to protect you and your organization. The lawyer owes no duty to you as a person. The lawyer owes duty to the client, who is the company. Likewise, you as an individual owe your duty to your employer, not to your opponent. So be very aware of this. As lawyers, we often face this. And we often face the criticism that lawyers are just red tape, etc. You need to dispel these myths right up front. And if somebody is approaching you for advice and they want your advice, then they need to take your advice seriously. Otherwise, that person's wasting their time and your time as well. You might as well move on to your next transaction than force yourself to be in a room with somebody who has no respect for what you do and what your position is, and who can't see that you're actually there to protect them. Other areas, and I'll be wrapping up soon on this, is commercials being negotiated without risk appreciation. So many times we see companies go out to RFP. They choose the party who's willing, or who's the cheapest, not knowing that party is not taking on any risk. So sometimes we see that a party comes into a negotiation and they offer you a great commercial deal, but they're not taking any risk. Meanwhile, the other party who was more expensive actually is willing to take on a lot more risk. So you need to ask yourself, what is the driver behind your transaction? Is it purely to get the best commercial deal, or is it a deal within your risk appetite? And that is one of the single most critical questions that you as legal counsel need to ask yourself with every deal. Ask your stakeholders and make sure they are all aligned on this to the very top. Is it a deal at all costs that you are dealing with, or is it a deal within your company's risk tolerance? I'll come to this topic of risk tolerance shortly. Other things where we're seeing things going wrong, too many side discussions taking place outside of the negotiation room. Put an end to that. Don't ever allow your opponent to speak to a member of the negotiation team outside of your negotiation room. It's disrespectful to anybody involved, and it's also disrespectful to your employer as an organization. Yes, there's a time and place for side discussions. I'm all for building rapport with opponents. We laugh and joke with our opponents, but we do so in a manner that's collaborative and not underhanded. Another big deal killer, and we see this happening, and no organization is immune to this, having a spineless negotiation team. I once had a very senior procurement executive from one of the banks come to me to say, please come and speak to my team. I enter into negotiations, or I walk into some of the negotiations they're sitting on, and these people are literally wimps. They can't talk, they can't argue, they can't fight. They're too keen on pleasing the other side and on being best friends on the other side. Negotiations are not that. Negotiations are a serious thing. And if you don't have serious people in the room, if you don't have people who are capable of standing their ground, it's not to say that, you need to be hard ass in every negotiation. You need to be accommodating, you need to be collaborative, but at the same time, you need a spine. Because a negotiation team without a spine is, that is a company that's going to be walked all over. Another thing that we often hear is we want to be fair to the other party. I don't know what this concept of fair to the other party is. You owe your allegiance to your employer, to nobody else, to your client, to nobody else. If the other party wants to come along and they want to be treated fairly, then they must justify it. Because so often I see companies saying, you have a limitation clause, we want the same. But your risk is very different, because if something goes wrong in your world, it's going to have unintended consequences or it's going to have consequences to your entire workplace. Something goes wrong in the service provider's world, it's a bit of lost revenue and they'll move on to the next line. So this concept of being fair to the other party doesn't exist. Being fair to the other party is you paying the other party on time, you're respecting their IP, and you're respecting their confidential information. But don't fall foul, don't fall into this trap of thinking that you always have to be fair to the other party, because the other party is not thinking the same about you. As much as you may think that they have your best interest at heart, it doesn't always happen. Unequal bargaining power, that kills negotiation power. If you're dealing with an SAP, a Microsoft, a Oracle, you don't have the same negotiating power like them. I mean, these are the largest corporations in the world. They've got clients from all over the world, and they are so big that in terms of their balance sheet size, they're bigger than you are. They've got a lot more say than you are. So, unequal bargaining power is a reality. How do you shift or how do you turn the tables on them? I'll get there shortly. The last point of what kills your negotiating power is having the wrong people in the room. We see this also happening. You just don't have the right stakeholders on the other side or on your side in the room to be able to make decisions. So nobody in the room can make a decision, which means you need to go up the escalation path. We dealt with one of our opponents recently was a large telecoms company, and they were so hierarchical and so arrogant that their senior managers refused to come to negotiations because they felt it was beneath them. So nothing got done. We couldn't make decisions in the room. They kept on having to escalate things. It was a very, very frustrating negotiation to the point where our client at one stage was even willing to walk away from it. So bear in mind, those type of things kills your negotiating power. How do you gain the upper hand in negotiations? So these are things that you need to be savvy about. Number one, maintain competitive tension. What that means is don't give an assurance to a party that they have your business until they've signed on the dotted line a contract that you are happy with and they are happy with. Until such time, always have a plan B in mind. It's also going to save you a lot of time and aggravation if you are in negotiations and you get to genuine deal breakers. Very rarely we come across deals that have failed. It does happen occasionally. I think it only happened twice in my career where we've seen deals fail. But maintaining competitive tension is an easy way because you can jump to the next provider very quickly in negotiations. Having the right people in the room, the right lawyer in the room will help you gain with gains just by being present. So years ago, we negotiated for a bank against Microsoft. Microsoft's the world's largest, one of the world's largest IT companies. At the end of that negotiation, we had pushed them, my team and I had pushed them so far, they actually ended up changing their global terms of business to accommodate us because we had managed to push them so far. So having the right and experienced people in the room makes a big difference. If tomorrow, for example, you enter into a negotiation with, take, I don't know, any tech service provider locally, NTT, wherever it may be, they know ENS, they know me, they know my team, take Accenture. They're not simply going to try their luck pushing positions which they know that will never get accepted. So having the right people in the room makes a big difference. Having one voice is critical, and this one voice must flow throughout your organizational chain. The second there's any deviant voice within your own chain, divide and conquer is going to become a real problem for your organization. Then give yourself time to negotiate and also to implement a plan B if negotiations fail, especially for larger transactions. If you don't have a plan B in mind, you're going to waste a lot of time and effort in negotiations. Sometimes a negotiation must be allowed to fail, and that is where this concept of a deal at all costs versus a deal within risk tolerance comes into being. How do you know what your risk tolerance is? There's no right or wrong answer. We help many organizations figure this out before they even start contracting by asking a series of questions. And with that, we develop a template for them. And we also develop something known as a playbook. The playbook sets their risk tolerance to say, we may accept, or this is our going in position on liability, but this is something that we will accept. And these are further things that we would say accept, but these are things we would never ever accept. So if you understand your risk tolerance upfront you can determine, is this a deal at all costs or is this a deal within my risk tolerance? Sometimes a deal at all costs is necessary. So we have a client currently that we're busy with. They have a service provider that is just not playing ball with them. They're not getting their way. Things are failing. Services are failing. They need a plan B now. So they need to have someone else come in just to stabilize the ship. That is a deal at all costs. But at the same time, it's not a deal based on stupidity and desperation. There still needs to be logic applied to it. Also know when to step out of the room. Sometimes in negotiations, we find that our own people become our biggest liability. So knowing when to call a time out with your own team, that becomes important. Having clear, defined escalation paths and using them, that is also critical. So every negotiation, you should have a clear escalation path on both parties' side. And both parties must respect those escalation paths. So you don't escalate without first telling the other party, I am now escalating this to this level. And at that point, at least everybody is on the same side. There's no underhandedness. There's no disrespect to the negotiation team in front of you because you want to build that rapport with your opponents. And then having stakeholders aligned, this is critical. Divide and conquer, as I said, this is one of the biggest things we see go wrong in negotiations. So before you even start any negotiation process, it's critical that you understand the negotiation dynamics before you even get in. That is going to save you a lot of time and effort in all of the next phases. So it's going to help you answer questions like, who do I go out to tender for? Who do I actually bring into my negotiations? Who do I have to make sure is upskilled in negotiations before I bring them in the table? Who do I actually bring, or whose template do I use in negotiations? So that helps you answer lots of questions. And with that, I'll conclude my section for today. I'll now hand over to my colleague, Raki Dulab. Raki will take you through the next section called the sales and procurement process. Raki will be stepping in literally physically into my chair, which I am seated in. So please just bear with us for 10 seconds as Raki comes in and I step out. Thank you very much, and I shall see you all later in today's discussion. Enjoy the rest of the session. Raki, over to you.
Morning, everyone. Nice to meet you all. My name is Raki Dulab. I'm a partner in the TMT team at ENS. I'm really happy to be with you today. I hope you've been enjoying the session thus far. So we'll get into the next phase of our discussion around the sales and procurement process. So by now we have a good idea of what an IT transaction looks like. We understand the power and negotiation dynamics that exist between parties in a transaction. Apologies. And now we're going to look at the sales and procurement process. It is a sort of softer part of negotiations, and sometimes overlooked or underappreciated by the rest of the business. I think it's a really interesting discussion. So I think at the outset, before we even get into a contract with a service provider, we want to understand what is the scope? What is actually the services that we're going to be receiving from a potential service provider? What is the business need? Why do we need these services? So let's take an example. Recently I relocated to South Africa after working in Australia for a really long time. And, when we were there, we lived in really tiny apartments, so we didn't have a lot of space. But, everybody spoke about getting an air fryer and why that's so important. It's so useful in your home, and it's such a great appliance. And while I appreciated that it could be really helpful, I didn't actually have the physical space for it. So I had to think about whether I really needed that appliance or not. And in that consideration, I realized that, we do have ovens. And so the oven was suitable for, whatever I needed to make for dinner or whatever. And so it did serve a purpose. So I did have an existing appliance or tool which helped me with whatever, meal prep I needed to do. So getting an air fryer, I understood, would help, fast track the cooking process. It used less electricity, and it was just, one appliance that you would leave out, hopefully on the counter. But if I didn't have the space, it didn't make any sense for me. So in this example, and if we apply the same principles to an IT service that we want to procure, we want to be thinking, is it a new service? So is it something that we don't have at all in the business, and we now have a need to cater for this kind of technology? Or is it an existing service that I'm looking to replace? So in this example of an air fryer, I guess it's a bit of both, because I am sort of replacing the oven, but I'm also getting an appliance that's going to help me with my cooking process. So if we apply that to an IT service contract, if it is a new service, do we want to test the service before we actually go out and, spend a lot of money in contracting for the technology? Or is it something, that we are quite comfortable and confident that it works the way it should, and we're happy to procure it? Do we need some kind of exploratory phase, or do you need help defining the scope of what we need? And all of this upfront helps us understand how we engage with a service provider upfront. So for example, you might want to conduct a proof of concept phase, which is a short-term IT contract to where the service provider demonstrates their tools in your environment, probably in sort of a test environment, so it's not a live environment, using data that's probably not as sensitive, but it gives you a good sense of how this tool or technology will work in your business. An exploratory phase might be where, you just engage with the service provider to understand what they offer and how it will suit your business needs. Or we might engage a service provider to help us actually define the scope of the future project. So if we know we have a business need to solve a certain problem, but we don't actually know what tools we need, we might engage with a vendor on a short-term basis for them to help us define what that scope is. If the services are existing, then we need to be asking a different set of questions. So who is being replaced? Who is currently providing these services? Do they need to provide us with any information to assist us to prepare that scope? So do we want them to tell us, what they've been doing basically, so that we can procure an alternative service provider? And naturally, that might not be something that they would want to do, but that's where our IT contracts become so important, because in your existing contract with that existing service provider, there should be an obligation that requires them to provide you with this cooperation and assistance when a contract is being terminated, which lends itself to transition services. So in the IT space, you can't really have a gap in services. You really need, business continuity, especially when IT systems support critical functions. You can't afford to be in a state where there is a gap in services. So incumbent service providers and outgoing service providers need to actually work together to ensure a smooth transition, and a good IT contract will cater for that. What happens in this whole scenario that the scope is not clear? So, your business teams can't actually define the scope sufficiently enough, or they, still figuring it out, but they want to move on with the contracting process because there's an urgency behind it. How will you select a supplier when you don't know the scope? Are you able to select a supplier if you don't know the scope? Perhaps you can define it later. If you're going to be defining it later, how do you ensure that that later definition of the scope forms part of the agreement? You want it to be, it gives credence to what is actually being delivered. So you need it to form part of the contractual bundle. And then what are the cost implications? Because defining the scope later means that at present, we don't really know how much something is going to cost. And naturally, a service provider will want to, leverage mechanisms like a change control process to be able to ensure that where the scope changes in a way that they had not anticipated, that they are able to then charge for the relating costs. I apologize. I'm getting over a cold, so I have a bit of a cough. Hopefully you didn't hear that. So moving to the next section around stakeholders. So in prepping and, planning for your contracting and in the sales and procurement process, we want to identify who all the stakeholders are. So who needs to be involved? Is it who's the business person? Who's the procurement person? Who's the legal person? Who's the project owner? Who's going to take ownership for this whole project? You need to be able to know upfront who your stakeholders are so you can involve them at the relevant times in the negotiation. We also want to know who's going to be signing off on any risk in the project. Generally, we might make compromises on certain negotiation positions, but that is not for legal to do. Legal's job is always to understand and advise on the risk in a project. We never truly accept risk on behalf of the business. That is their job. That is what their role in a project is. So you want to be sure and clear about who has responsibility on certain parts of a contracting process. So I'm going to try, let's see if it works on the Zoom platform. I'm not as familiar with it as I am with Teams, for example. But at what stage in your business do you issue terms and conditions to a supplier? So I'm not sure if there's a reaction function, but I'm going to see if we can try that. So if you can, by way of a reaction, indicate in your business, do you issue terms and conditions to a potential new supplier with an RFQ? So if it's A, you can go and put a thumbs up. I'm just going to check in with our team to see if we are able to do reactions on here. Okay, let's try raising your hand. So if you issue terms and conditions to a supplier with an RFQ, are you able to raise your hand? Okay, it seems the platform can't accommodate it. So unfortunately, we're going to move on with this Q&A, but I guess I was just trying to get a sense from the audience as to when do you usually issue terms and conditions? So would it be with the RFQ, after commercial discussion, or after the award is made? And there's no right or wrong answer here. It really all does depend on, the specific circumstances. So let's explore three different concepts. So an RFI, an RFP, and an RFQ. So you might be familiar with some of these. Maybe you use the terms interchangeably. But they do mean something different for each of these items. So an RFI, or a request for information, is a formal request for service providers to provide written information of their organizational profile, the service and goods offerings that they have, who their customer base might be, their financial information, and their geographical market spread, with the specific purpose of utilizing this information to research the market trends and conduct an industry analysis. An evaluation of the information provided doesn't really lead to an award of a contract to a successful bidder. This is just sort of like an exploratory phase where you're trying to understand who is in the market that can provide the services that you're looking for. An RFP would be a formal request, so a request for proposal, and it would be where you know that there are specific goods or services that you require, but perhaps some of the scope has not yet been clearly defined. And the evaluation of the proposals will probably lead to an award of a contract to the successful bidder. An RFQ, on the other hand, or request for quotation, is a formal request issued to provide proposals detailing the solution that could be offered with clearly defined requirements and also details around pricing. And the evaluation of the proposal will also lead to an award of contract to a successful bidder. So I guess with this context in mind, coming back to the question on the other slide, when would you issue your terms and conditions to a potential supplier? We look at, in this sort of contracting process, would you attach the contract terms upfront with, your RFP? Or would you perhaps, after the commercial discussions or after the award? And depending on the project, each might have merit. So depending when your business has engaged you, do you have enough time to prepare the terms and conditions? Do you have a standard set of supplier terms that you'd like to attach, which are relevant to the project? Or is it something that you're going to be drafting bespoke for this project? That will, help determine whether or not you're going to issue those upfront. Also, how big is the project? Is it like a massive project where, you do, and is it critical function to the business? Where a service provider's response to the terms and conditions are actually going to dictate whether or not they are awarded the contract, then yes, you might attach it up front, with the RFP, RFQ document that's issued. After you have issued it, you need to actually interrogate it, especially where the terms and conditions are attached to an RFQ or RFP proposal document. So when suppliers provide their responses, you want to get a sense of whether the supplier is merely indicating, yes, I agree to all the terms because they just want the project, or are they actually considering the details of the terms and conditions and applying their mind and demonstrating to you what their risk position is in a contract. A supplier that really heavily marks up a contract might not be ideal. It might lead to a very prolonged negotiation period. That might not suit what the business requires. Could also be that the service provider has indicated upfront that they won't accept certain warranties or indemnities, and perhaps your business has a principle or policy around the fact that it will not accept deletion of certain indemnities. That's going to affect whether or not you choose that service provider. So thinking about the service provider's risk positions upfront will really help smoothen the process. So what are some good governance measures that you can implement, through a sales and procurement process? The first is, I think, always to put in place a non-disclosure agreement. And, an NDA or confidentiality agreement ensures that there's this confidential contractual relationship between parties. And so that any information shared during a procurement process is protected by this confidentiality agreement. And it allows parties to then share information that they might not otherwise share if such an agreement wasn't in place. Understanding that a more belt and braces agreement is still coming, and that this would just be an initial sort of document to manage the relationship of the parties. So, we find clients do this at the outset with any sort of vendor that they might be engaging with before they actually get into any further discussion. So it can be a very useful tool to protect all the parties in a relationship. Apologies. The second kind of agreement that you might want to consider putting in place is a data sharing agreement or a POPIA operator agreement for those closer to home in South Africa. And a data sharing agreement puts in place minimum obligations on both parties regarding the sharing of personal information or personal data in accordance with most data privacy laws. So in South Africa, similar to, in Europe, we have the concept of a responsible party and an operator, or a data controller and a data processor. And, there are different obligations imposed on each party, whether they are the responsible party or whether they are, maybe the data processor or the operator. And so an agreement like this really puts in those minimum terms that protect both parties regarding the sharing of personal information. And depending on the project involved, we expect there to be a large amount of sharing of data. More often than not, this includes personal information or personal data. And so an agreement like this is just a good governance measure between parties. We have found that clients, sometimes have embedded these two main agreements in their procurement processes. So they will not permit payment to be issued to a vendor if some of these agreements are not in place. And that's just a nice mechanism to ensure compliance with these processes that you might implement in a business. Because you might have all of these grand ideas, but actually implementing and ensuring that everyone in an organization follows through with it can be quite difficult. So a mechanism like that can be quite helpful. The last, I guess, measure that you want to consider in the sales and procurement process is around the risk analysis. So have you assessed what the service provider's posture on cybersecurity is, how they might be using cloud in their service offering? Do you need to conduct a proof of concept? So consider all of these aspects, when you are entering into an engagement with a new service provider. You might also want to, conduct a privacy impact assessment to understand how the project might impact your compliance with privacy laws. So if you're using AI, you might want to do an assessment to understand the AI tool that's going to be procured. So there's a number of different, risks that you might need to manage in the business. So looking then further to once you've actually received all the responses from the various service providers, how will you evaluate each of their responses? So if you had to just look at this table, and it's a very high level snapshot of how we would go about, reviewing the supplier's responses, we'd want to understand firstly, have they met the procurement requirements that we've set up front? And are there any additional constraints that apply? Example, are there sort of, public procurement considerations? Do you have an internal policy regarding procurement, and does the supplier meet those requirements? You then want to understand the service provider. Do they have a proven track record of delivering services like this to other customers or clients? Can the supplier actually deliver the services that they're saying they're going to deliver? And I know that seems obvious, but we really want to interrogate their response in order to understand that further. Is the service provider replaceable? Or are their services so unique that it's going to be really difficult to get the service from anyone else? And I think this goes to what Ridwan was talking about earlier. Trying to prevent locking or trying to be held, at ransom by a service provider. So we really do want to understand whether or not, the services are replaceable or are they unique, and that helps us appreciate their response better. Next, pricing. Inevitably, this is one of the most important parts of, the response, but it shouldn't be the only part that we consider. We then want to assess the degree of changes or comments that they've made to any sort of legal terms. And that will help us understand what is the ease of negotiating with that service provider. And then lastly, you really want to appreciate what is going to differentiate supplier A from supplier B or any of the other suppliers that have responded to that RFP or procurement process. And so that's just, in our view, some of the things that you want to be thinking about when you get into a sales and procurement process with suppliers. You want to be ensuring you put in good governance measures, that policies and procedures that you have set up upfront are actually being adhered to and implemented in the organization. And overall, you want to be ensuring that, you are managing and mitigating the risk to the business when engaging with service providers. So with that, we are going to move into a break, but I do note that there were a number of questions. So I think I might just take a few minutes to just respond to some of these questions. Yes, we are sharing a lot of content. The slides for these sessions will be shared with all of the participants at the end of day 2, which is on Thursday. So we will be sharing on Thursday or Friday by the end of the week, the slides being used today and the slides that will be used on Thursday. I think that's the bulk of the questions that have been asked in the Q&A. So with that, we will be taking a 15-minute break. So currently in South Africa, it's 11:04 a.m. So if I can ask you please to return at 11:20 a.m. So we'll see you for our next set of sessions.
Hi everyone, we are back. My name is Shaista Tayeb, and in this section I will be unpacking contractual structures and what this means. So in this section, I want to take a step back from individual clauses and look at the bigger picture of technology contracts as a whole. In practice, we get asked very often the same question, and that is, what contract should we be using here? We usually answer, it depends, and it usually does depend, but the dependency depends less on the preference, more on the scope, risk, and whether we are building a once-off solution or a long-term relationship. So in this section, I want to walk you through the practical framework for deciding which document to use and why you will be using that document. Sorry, just give me a second. So let's start with goods. So with regards to goods, the first question we need to ask ourselves is usually whether this is a once-off purchase or it is a recurring requirement. Once-off purchases can usually be either standard simple contracts or more complex custom contracts. It always depends on the type of goods that are being procured. So usually if it is a simple, standard, or easily replaceable item, then purchase orders are often good enough. The risk profile is usually low and the market is usually competitive, so it is fine to go with a purchase order. With regards to more complex or custom goods that are being procured, so just because something is bought once off doesn't mean that it can't be complex or custom. This usually happens where the goods become customized or they become technically complex, then we need more structure around them. And what this means is that we need to look at the scope and what exactly is being procured and whether it can be defined or not. So something can be defined. What does that mean? It technically means that if we can describe exactly what is being delivered to us, and when it will be delivered and exactly how we'll be able to accept that delivery, then if we are able to unpack this and to clearly articulate it, then fixed pricing is the way to go. However, on the other hand, if specifications are still evolving and there are different dependencies and variables that are outside the party's control, then time and material may be more appropriate in that instance. Then we can move to recurring purchases. So when we move to recurring purchases, the focus shifts away from individual items and rather towards relationships. Why are we moving towards relationships? Because we're moving towards more of a recurring purchase of a certain good. So if volumes are predictable in these recurring scenarios, then we should be comfortable to go with the supplier agreement. The supplier agreement makes sense, and but if we are looking for more flexibility, then we can go with a multi-supplier agreement, and this is a framework agreement, and this usually works better. I think from the key takeaway from the once-off and the recurring, as well as the standard simple contracts to the single supplier contracts and the multi-supplier contracts, is that the contract type follows the risk. So the more risk there is in an item being procured, the more complex the contracting structure must be. Then if we move to services, services introduce a slightly different dynamic, and this is because we're often buying expertise, effort, or outcome-based targets rather than tangible items. But the same logic still applies. So again, we have to ask ourselves whether this is a once-off work or it is a longer-term relationship. For once-off services, fixed prices can work very well, but only where the deliverables are genuinely capable of being described, measured, and also tested, as we mentioned under goods. If we can articulate clearly what services or outcomes will look like, fixed pricing then brings predictability to the customer and is often preferred. However, if there's an uncertain scope, and in reality there usually is, many service environments are usually quite fluid and need to be a bit more flexible, then the requirements are constantly changing, priorities are moving, and new dependencies often emerge. In those instances, time and material or target charge models often avoids constant change control issues and allows projects to keep momentum despite the fact that things may be changing. We also have another scenario where we have a very complex service being purchased despite the fact that it is once off. These highly complex programs, as parties sometimes usually adopt a hybrid approach, and they blend milestone elements with effort-based charging. So if it is more complex, you might require more of a hybrid approach. So both time and material and fixed costs are applied in that instance. In ongoing relationships, services are not once off, but they're ongoing. So we typically create a master service agreement for this kind of engagement. That master service agreement becomes the umbrella agreement, and then individual statements of work sits underneath for specific projects or outcomes. This allows multiple initiatives to run in parallel without reopening the core legal principles every time, but we will discuss this in the next slide. So what I can say about the master service agreement is that the master service agreement gives more stability, and the statements of work allow some flexibility in the structure. Then if we move on to the master service agreement, the master service agreement is what we call an umbrella enabling agreement. It's designed to house all the core legal protections for entities, and they apply across the relationship between the supplier and the customer. So rather than renegotiating big ticket items like liability, confidentiality, audit rights, intellectual property rights, every time a new work order arises, these principles live in one place and they are constant throughout the relationship. So basically, once the foundation is in place, then the business teams can move far more quickly. The business teams can launch new initiatives by simply agreeing to these statements of works. And although the master service agreement can take some time to establish at the beginning, it dramatically accelerates the contracting process for later on because the parties, regardless of how many statements of works they enter into, the core legal principles will still apply throughout those agreements. If we move on to the annexures of the master service agreement are usually expand into the mechanics of the master service agreement. So it will include things like services themselves, fee principles, service levels, governance forums, and so forth. So they basically expand on the clauses in the master service agreement, but don't necessarily contain any service-specific terms. If we move on to the statement of works, the statements of works, work order, transaction documents, whatever you want to call them, there are different types. So if we say that the master service agreement is the umbrella agreement, the statement of work is where the work actually happens. These are service-specific documents. They typically are the most commercially sensitive documents in the suite. And the reason for this is because they define the deliverables, the services, the timelines, the dependencies, charges, acceptance mechanisms, etc. There are different types of statements of work. So if we look on the screen, we have a license statements of work. These usually focus heavily on the usage rights and restrictions, implementation projects. They focus on milestones and testing and so forth. We also have a hardware agreement that might involve procurement teams or leasing constructs. We then have consulting agreements, which can be outcome-based or effort-based. So it can be fixed pricing or time and material, sometimes a hybrid of the two charging mechanisms. We then also have SaaS statements of works, and these SaaS arrangements may separate into subscription or hosting or a hybrid. And I think the most important thing about the statements of work is to realize that often when disputes arise, it's the first document that decision makers turn to. So precision and clarity and alignment and operational requirements are very important here, because if they're not captured properly, enforcement does become difficult at a later stage, as this is the document that is supposed to describe exactly what needs to be done and when, as well as what exactly is being procured and what the description of the services actually are. So in short, the details prevent disagreement, or as some might like to say, the devil is in the detail. Then we can move to the master outsource agreement. The master outsource agreement is similar to the MSA structure, as it is an umbrella agreement and establishes the legal framework within which everything else operates. It is not usually the place where you find granular descriptions of day-to-day services. Instead, it does capture, just like the MSA, high-risk principles like liability, intellectual property, governance mechanisms, dispute resolution, and so forth. The operational detail then sits in the annexures, same as the MSA. So I think also another thing about the master service agreements and the master outsource agreements is it reduces negotiation fatigue, and it allows the parties to add new work orders by simply plugging it into existing frameworks rather than renegotiating the fundamentals. And that is a very important part of the master service agreement, that it applies throughout the relationship. In large outsourcing arrangements, though, without this architecture, the contract estate can become unmanageable very quickly, as there's often moving parts and things that change so quickly. So the master outsourcing agreement is about scalability and control. Once you're able to bed down the legal terms, the next thing for you to do is the operational, more service-specific terms, and that can often change. So having the structure in place is very important. Just like the master service agreement, the master outsource agreement also has your annexures, and those annexures have their own substantive provisions, and they might include things like service level principles, pro forma work orders or statements of works, if you want to call it, commercial principles, disaster recovery principles, and so forth. So under the master outsourcing agreement, we also have an affiliates agreement. An affiliates agreement is used in multinational environments because it is really possible for only one legal entity to contract with the service provider if this entity has multiple affiliates, and these affiliates are situated offshore. Affiliates agreements often solve this problem, especially with regards to jurisdiction and whether or not which governing law will apply. They allow local entities to receive services while they adhere to the master framework agreement and risk allocation agreed in the master outsource agreement. So we preserve consistency basically, but we remain compliant with local requirements when we use a affiliates agreement. Then under the master outsource agreement, we have two different contracts or statements of works as well. This is we separate them in two. One is a build phase and one is an operate phase. The build phase is usually project orientated. They involve implementation, configuration, transition, migration, and so forth. They usually have milestones and acceptance criteria because it is exactly as in the name, we are building something. So they need to have certain deliverables and acceptance criteria in order to remain on track. Then we have the operate phase, and this is once the build phase has ended and we are in the operate phase. And by contrast, this statement of work is about steady performance. So they are driven instead of being driven by things like milestones and acceptance criteria, they are delivered by service level agreement, service reporting, continuous improvement, and so forth. The risk profile of both of them are similar. They have the pricing mechanisms and the governance rhythms, etc. But to keep them distinct, keeping them distinct is very important. And the reason for that is because one is for the initial phase, which is building, and the one is for after the build has been done and when we need to operationalize this built product or service that we are receiving. Next, we will move to the service agreement. The service agreement is a standalone agreement. So with this service agreement, there is no broader framework in place. In those situations, the service agreement must perform the role of the MSA and the SOW. So because there's no broader framework agreement in place, the service agreement has both master service agreement principles as well as SOW service-specific terms in it. So you'll see things like services, fees, SLAs, governance, all in one document. The difference between the difference in the service agreement and the framework agreements, being the master service agreement and the master outsource agreement, is more structural rather than conceptual. So it's typically heavier, it takes longer to negotiate, but For smaller engagements, it can be very appropriate. So I think that the decision is less about right or wrong in this instance, but rather about proportionality and size of the deal. Before we move to the last slide, I just want to talk about master service agreements, or framework agreements, as we can call the master service agreement and the master outsource agreement, and the statements of work. So sometimes what happens in those kind of scenarios is your service provider would like your terms of your statement of work to override the master service agreement. We usually stay away from this, but it is not unheard of or impossible. It is definitely possible, and sometimes it is necessary, especially when we need to get a master service agreement in place with the vendor, so all the legal terms are bed down, and then negotiate the scope at a later stage, especially when the scope is still evolving and we need those terms in place in order to start the relationship. So I think that one needs to remember that it is definitely possible, and but we just need to be careful of how exactly this is done. Especially, we don't want to have situations where the master service agreement is overridden in every instance. It's definitely something that needs to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. Then we can move to fast tracking of contracting, and this is something where the commercial teams often need to move quickly, and as we all know and have heard before, legal is always the blocker to these kind of moving quickly deals, and legal has to support. So we have to ensure that we are able to support the commercial team without exposing the organization to undue risk. In this instance, there are three options for us. The first option is your short form MSA. The short form MSA can be extremely effective if it is also an enabling agreement. It contains key clauses only, but it's still limited in its use. It captures the key protections and it limits the scope of negotiation, but it must be used sparingly and only for deals that specifically require those key clauses only. Then we have the letter style agreement. These are usually only used for short-term contracts, typically 4 to 6 weeks in duration. They contain minimal clauses, and they usually have automatic terminations and no renewals, and very, very deliberately, because they are in a letter format. So they're usually only used for short-term engagements. Then we have your proof of concept. Proof of concepts are usually designed for experimentation rather than production use. For example, of a POC is if a customer would like to test a certain piece of software, they enter into a proof of concept engagement. They are then able to test this software in a development environment and not in a production environment. The production environment being the live environment. Usually this is also for short term, usually 1 to 3 months. These POCs usually don't contain belt and braces clauses. They contain key clauses only, and they're not intended for commercial use, or at least the software in my example will not be intended for commercial use, but rather for experimentation only. And one thing to remember for these fast tracking contracting structures is that there are still items that are never optional, regardless of the speed of the contracting process or regardless of how short the term is. We still need to take into consideration things like data protection, intellectual property, confidentiality. These must always be addressed. So as a last thing that I want to say about this section is that The art of good contracting in this space is finding the balance between agility and protection. So when it is well done, legal becomes the enabler of delivery rather than the blocker. So I will leave you with that thought.
Thank you, Shaista. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope you're all well, depending on which time zone you're calling into this meeting from. I was going to share my screen, but I'm happy, Shaista, for you to continue. Thank you. Just before we get into it, I mean, there's a lot of content that you have heard in this morning's session. So to my colleagues in the room there in the Santon office, and also to all of you, wherever you're dialing in from, just a bit of a 20-second stretch, just roll those heads, put your shoulders up and down, just, crack those neck muscles. We hope it's been really enjoyable so far, and that you've been learning lots from Ridwan, Raki, and Shaista so far. So my segment for the next sort of 30 minutes is on multi-party engagement. We can just go to the next slide, please, Shaista. So a multi-party engagement is not necessarily the same thing as a tripartite contract. It can be. It's definitely a type of multi-party engagement, but it's not the only example. There's a number of scenarios where you'll find that this becomes relevant, and often it is an overlooked area in contracting. You're so focused on the contract between the parties on the front page that you actually end up forgetting and not addressing the risks that come up regarding all other inter-party relationships because of this contract that you are entering into. So I'm going to be looking at a few common examples of a multi-party engagement, but what you need to bear in mind is it's all the same structures we've just discussed that Shais has taken us through before. These kinds of engagements can be offshoots of those structures. They can be standalones. It will depend on the context. It will depend on the transaction. It will depend on the role you play, whether you want to have these kinds of structures thoroughly panel beaten and make sure that you have something in place. So whether you're a customer or you're the OEM or you're the vendor or you're a reseller or you're an end user, I don't think any of you in this room will typically be an individual end user in that sense. Most likely you'll be a corporate customer, but I will discuss that model as well. But it's important to understand that you have your primary engagement, your primary contract, and these types of multi-party engagements that do come up still create rights and obligations for the parties, and there sometimes is an interdependence as well. Common structures that we will discuss. I'll take you through now. If you can just go to the next slide, please, Shaista. So these are the 6 just sort of common examples. It's not an exhaustive list. There are a number of other types of mechanisms and structures that exist out there in our world. These are the structures that we quite commonly deal with. And again, depending on who our client is, if it's a customer of an IT service or the provider of an IT service, we will always advise differently because it's not always balanced. Depending on who you're advising. So what I've done in the next few slides is I've actually discussed the different perspectives. So the first example, and it's a very common model, is where you have a reseller, OEM, and customer, the different kinds of engagements that take place. A cooperation agreement. This is an example of tripartite engagement where you'll have 3 or more parties that have concluded this type of agreement. And I'll explain to you what it is and when it's needed in a second. Financing structures. So this is where we're looking at equipment leasing agreements. I'm not sure if any of you have me on LinkedIn. You're welcome to go and follow me. Now I give you permission to use your phone for an unrelated purpose, but I recently published a small blog post on financing structures. There was a very interesting transaction I dealt with last week, and there were some interesting learnings from that as well. So I'll discuss some of that in that third example on financing structures, but I'll also explain the different perspectives that operate there. corporate license and downstream users. So this is that example I was mentioning just now about when you do have, a corporate customer who's using a license, and then that license that they get, they want all of their users in their organization to use, and we call those the downstream users or the end user. But that's what we mean there. And what do those agreements look like? Then we have the group company or affiliate agreement, and Shaisa did already speak about this just now, but I'll just briefly touch on this to explain what it means. And the last one is marketplace and platform models. It's become a very interesting type of model of contracting in the last few years. My team has done a lot of advising on the platform economy, and it's all about this age of apps and platform marketplaces that we're in now, and it really is not linear how we contract on those anymore. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you, Shai. So you're reading my body language well. But yeah, so really just going to go into these example by example, but as I said, this is not an exhaustive list, so just please bear that in mind. We could spend a very long time talking on each of these, and it's quite tricky to do it from all the different perspectives. So you're getting a very watered down version of the different kinds of risks. So this, even on this slide alone, is not an exhaustive slide, but I'll do my best to get through the content. So in a reseller, OEM, and customer model, I think I'll give you an example of what this is. So say, this is a very common model that is being used across the continent. I mean, we're seeing it quite often here in South Africa. Our clients are more and more commonly engaging a reseller rather than the OEM directly. So for example, they'll go to a third party who is making available Microsoft products or Oracle products or anything like that. It's often those ones where you have the OEMs are your big OEMs that are sitting in America or Europe, and they don't want to have to deal with customers on an individual basis. They're standing behind their reseller in country, and that reseller engages their network of customers and on-sells this type of software. So depending who you are in this chain, there are different considerations and different types of contracts actually. So just bear with me, but you have one of the main agreements is the one between the customer and the reseller. So for example, you have a corporate entity and they're engaging, I'm just going to give an example, First Technology. So they're engaging First Technology as a reseller, and there's a contract in place. That contract has only named on the front the customer and the reseller, but that contract will very likely talk about the OEM. It'll very likely talk about the customer's own users and the different obligations that are in place there. So it's very important when you're going through that contract, whether you're drafting the contract or whether you have been provided the contract from your counterparty, that you pay attention to not just obligations and rights attaching to you, but who all the other third parties are that are affected and are called upon in this contract. So you'll have a customer reseller contract, and you'll have the back-to-back contract between the reseller and OEM. The reseller, you assume as customer, is only able to unsell this particular product because they have the authority to do so, and they have their direct relationship with their OEM. So for example, coming back to the scenario of First Technology reselling, let's say, a Microsoft corporate suite to its customer, the reseller here, First Technology, will have their own contract with Microsoft that says what they can and can't do with that software that they unsell. How will that contract work? And Microsoft will also want to be protected in terms of payments. They'll want to be protected in terms of usage of their software as well. So it's also likely that there's a fourth type of contract as well between the OEM and the customer. So you can have customer reseller, OEM, and OEM and customer as well. There's really many different layers that you can look at, and what your risks are, and what your rights are, and what things you need to focus on will depend on who you are in that chain. So for example, if you are the corporate customer and you only have a direct contract with the reseller, you weren't able to engage directly with Microsoft, for example. Perhaps you don't have a lot of leverage, not a lot of negotiation power. The deal might not be big enough. It might be that you might never meet or see or interact with the OEM. Sometimes you will. I mean, we've assisted a number of clients where they've procured certain software from big technology companies, and they've had two contracts. They've had a contract with their reseller, but they also want direct recourse against the OEM because there are certain things the reseller can't commit to because it's not their product. They can't say we can warrant that it can function, that it can perform, and that if it breaks, we can fix it. That's something the OEM will typically need to provide. So the customer is often left cut off from the OEM without recourse against them. And that is why it is often advisable, and we try to tell our clients where you can leverage your power, the size of your deal, the impact it might have to your reseller or even to the OEM. Try to have direct engagements with both your reseller and your OEM, because you will get certain service obligations from your reseller, because often your reseller is also providing a service. So maybe they're procuring the software on your behalf from Microsoft, but perhaps they're also providing a support service to you as well. So you'll want to make sure you still have a contract with your reseller, but see if you can have a contract in place with your OEM as well. And maybe it's not possible. And if it's not possible, at least know what the terms are that are applicable to you, because it might be that in your contract with your reseller, those OEM terms have been flowed down to you, and it's expected that you also provide those to your users within your organization. So it can be quite tricky as the customer how to structure the transaction. And we often find that the pressure, that Rocky spoke a lot about in her segment, that, sometimes you'll get pressure from the vendor to close the transaction because, this discount is so amazing. We often see that pressure does come through in this model as well, because resellers, just by virtue of the relationships they have with the big OEMs, they might have really great discounts that you might not be able to get if you had to engage the OEM directly. So on paper, it might seem like a really good deal, but it might not be, because it might be a good deal commercially, but what you're actually getting is no recourse against the OEM, very little service commitments from the reseller. So make sure, if you are the corporate customer, that you structure your transaction sensibly. Where you are the reseller, you are the in-between. You have to make sure that you're managing risk in respect of the goods that you are on selling, that you're not taking on liability for how those goods are performing, and that you delineate very carefully between what is it practically and actually that you're able to commit to with your customer versus what does the customer have to get from the OEM, and make that very clear with your customers. The customer will get very frustrated if you start saying, sorry, we can't do that, and they've already concluded the deal, thinking that they can get all of this service from you, but meanwhile, you're actually standing behind the OEM. So make it very clear what you're able to commit to with your customers, and don't commit more than you're able to. Understand what that back-to-back contract is that you have in place with your OEM. Otherwise, it'll place you as a reseller at a lot of risk. And sometimes you might want to take on that extra risk, but if you do take on that extra risk, if based on who the customer is, how big they are, how big this transaction is, it needs to be something that you can operationalize, whether it's something that you can commercially absorb or something that you can operationally do as an extra service to your customer. But an example of something that you can't do, you can't commit to saying, yes, we can fix the software for you, if the OEM has actually prohibited you from touching their goods without involving them. So you have to know where those lines are and not cross them. And as the OEM, you might be in one of the best positions in this love triangle that we have, but the OEM has a lot of power because everyone wants your goods. You're wanting to say, well, we can't negotiate our terms on a customer-to-customer basis because we're providing a one-to-many service. We rely on our resellers to engage with our end customers. But again, we have worked with a number of big names out there where some of their terms are negotiable. You won't be able to apply a red line throughout every single clause, But depending on the kind of leverage you have, who's representing you in the deal, you might be able to actually get away with some negotiation of OEM terms. So the OEMs are not always protected by their resellers in this engagement. It might be that they end up negotiating their own terms, and when they do, again, you'd want to make sure exactly, is the customer clear on who their recourse is against? If something goes wrong, is this a service issue that the reseller is performing? Is it a software issue that the OEM is responsible for? And what does that look like? So it'll be very important to manage customer expectations regarding that. Thanks, Shai. If we can move to the next slide, it's the cooperation agreement. So a cooperation agreement is maybe a term you might not be familiar with, but we often include it when we're looking at MSAs, an IT MSA, and that's the structure that Shaista spoke about just now. But there's a lovely clause we include in there, especially if we're advising a client in the matter who's the customer of an IT service. There's a clause called third-party cooperation. And what the clause recognizes is that this customer is operating in a multi-vendor environment. You are not the only vendor we are dealing with as the customer. We are dealing with you and vendor B, C, D, E, and F. And depending on how you are providing our services, the services you provide might touch on other vendor services or the other way around. And we want to make sure that at the end of the day, as a customer, we are getting an end-to-end service. It's seamless. There's no break in service delivery, whether we're getting it from vendor A or vendor B, everything becomes harmonized and we are getting a complete product. You, as the customer, need to make sure that you have that right firstly in the contract. We have drafted very, very comprehensive cooperation clauses, but also very simple cooperation clauses. All it needs to say is that as the customer, we're requiring you as our vendor to get along with our other third-party vendors in our environment. And one of the mechanisms we use to enable that cooperation is a cooperation agreement. It is a tripartite agreement where it'll be between customer and vendor A and vendor B. And there's a lot of advantages, not just for the customer, but also the vendors, so that everybody's obligations and roles are quite clear. There's a terminology that we use in the IT industry called RACES, role, accountability, consultation, and being informed. And it's something that comes through in our contracting as well. So the IT operational teams on the ground love RACES. They love saying, well, the customer will be responsible for drawing up the plan. The vendor will be accountable to the customer for making sure that their plan is executed, and so on. So each letter in that acronym has a purpose. And sometimes we will include that kind of table in a cooperation agreement so that who the respective parties, what their roles are, what their responsibilities are, is clear. Because the one thing that we want to avoid as a customer is finger pointing, because that leads to service disruption and project delays, and we don't want that. Our vendor doesn't want that. And if the vendor is providing a service to us that depends or integrates with another vendor's service offering, we will especially want this kind of cooperation agreement to be entered into, because the beauty of it is it avoids us as the customer having all of this admin to go between vendor A and vendor B saying, okay, vendor A has done this. Now this means we need to go to vendor B, take vendor A's deliverable, go to vendor B, and so on. And from the vendor's perspective, you also want to make sure that this agreement is in place because it manages your expectations regarding how much cooperation is needed. You might also want to think, should I be charging the customer for all this extra cooperation? Or is this something that was expected of me from the outset? And that's where good contract drafting comes in. You want to make sure what has been excluded from your service if you're the vendor, and what has been included from your service expectations if you're the customer. So a cooperation agreement can be as simple as you need it to be or as complicated as you need to be. We've drafted for both types of transactions, but sometimes it is necessary and it helps your vendors speak to each other. And it's a complementary mechanism for governance forums that you might have. It's quite common for IT services, for your governance forums to be attended not only by the customer of a service, but the customer and the affected vendors involved in that service. There might be, weekly stand-ups that your operational teams do where they actually need their vendors together, talking and liaising with each other and not trying to outcompete or do anything like that. It's really just recognizing that there's one service that's really being provided here to the customer. So that's where cooperation agreements comes in. The next type of example is a financing structure, and that's the third example, which is on the next slide. So financing structures are not, they are quite complicated, and this is the post I had up on my LinkedIn last week, but the transaction I dealt with was a corporate customer that I advised in a matter where they thought that they were getting everything from the finance company. It was very unclear what they were getting. They thought that they were getting, they thought that they could get the finance company, not just to finance the actual equipment that they were leasing, but they thought that they could get the finance company to stand by the equipment as well. And this equipment was quite critical to the customer. And they said, well, if something goes wrong with this equipment, we want to hold you liable as our counterparty for the equipment failure. And the financier said, no, sorry, we're just financing your equipment. We don't actually manufacture the equipment. We can't actually remedy it either. You're going to have to get that recourse from the OEM. So the customer said, okay, cool, let's go to the OEM. Goes to the OEM, and the OEM says, no, sorry, you don't have a contract with us. Your contract is with the financier, so you need to get this recourse from the financier. And we were going around in circles, and we weren't able to get, a conversation happening with all three parties to align. It's very frustrating because for the customer, the principal service isn't the financing of the equipment. The principal service is the actual equipment. And from their perspective, they just needed to make sure that they have equipment that functions. That if something goes wrong, they have recourse. And we had two parties that just kept pointing to each other, and it was becoming very circular, and eventually the deal broke. And there were a number of lessons learned from that deal, that the customer should have followed proper procurement processes in the first place, which is what Rocky was speaking about in her segment. But had the customer asked the right questions during the procurement stage and not rushed for a good deal, it's possible that they might have determined at that point, okay, this is how the transaction will be structured. Can we ask the financier, how will it work if the equipment, breaks down? Who do we hold liable? So it really is a very tricky situation, and we have case law, and I'll encourage you to read an article that my colleagues, Redouane Vilmarie and Al Bakwe, they posted. You'll also find it on LinkedIn. We do all of our work on LinkedIn when we're not in front of our laptops for you as our clients. But they wrote a very interesting article on recent case law that our Supreme Court in South Africa decided on. And it's possible that there are similar judgments or similar findings in jurisdictions across the continent as well, because it comes down to the principles of who do you hold liable in a contract. And I would be curious to hear from our clients in other jurisdictions if have your courts decided on or how has it been working there, where you have a financier providing financing to a client. What happens? Because in our Supreme Court it was found that yes, the finance company was just financing the vehicle that this customer had purchased, but the financier also had to stand by the actual car itself that was being financed. They couldn't hide behind the manufacturer of the car. It was a very interesting judgment, and certainly persuasive in South Africa and binding if your contracts are governed by South African law. So yeah, it's an interesting one, but you'd want to understand which perspective are you approaching the transaction from. If you're approaching the transaction from a customer, just be mindful of these types of relationships. You're not just dealing with the finance company, you're also dealing with the OEM. And what is your recourse there? What will it look like? How far can you push the finance company or the OEM to get you the comfort you're needing? And contractually, you want contractual commitments. directly, not via the finance company. It has to be something that is to your benefit as the customer. As the finance company, you want to make sure that in your jurisdiction, what are your obligations to the customer? If you're operating in a jurisdiction like South Africa, are you aware of this new judgment that our Supreme Court has given? How does that affect you in your contractual obligations and the various exclusions you might have in your contracts as well? What is the expectation between you and the OEM and what you deliver to the customer? And if you're the OEM, again, be mindful of the case law in your jurisdiction that you're operating in, and also figure out what is the position that you want to take. Do you want to flow down your terms to the end customer? Are you prepared to have a direct contract with the customer? If there's no direct contract with the customer, how have you required the finance company? What kind of flow downs do you have there? What kind of exclusions have you required there? Because similar to the engagement on a reseller, customer, and OEM model, here a very similar kind of ecosystem as well, where there's also back-to-backs in place between the supplier and the finance company. So being mindful of what those look like. Next example is corporate license and downstream users. So that's a fairly common structure. If, like in my firm, our IT company, our IT team does a lot of software purchasing. ENS is becoming rapidly more and more digital and more tech savvy. Even though the start of this call perhaps didn't suggest that, but that's not something that's within our control. But in a lot of the products that we are providing clients now, we're leveraging a lot of excellent technology to enhance our solutions. And in doing that, what our IT team will do is they'll go to a software vendor and they'll subscribe to certain software, or they'll buy licenses. And the idea is that between that company and us as ENS, there's probably requirements that say you have to make sure that all the employees at ENS comply with our EULA, our terms. So there's often an agreement between the vendor and the corporate customer, but the vendor will also require the corporate customer to flow down the vendor's EULA or the terms in this agreement to all of its users, because there is risk. The moment software is being used by a lot of people, there's risk of security issues, breach, IP infringements potentially, and the vendor is trying to really safeguard that and protect that. And that's why they have this kind of structure in place. From the customer's perspective, it becomes an operational nightmare to try to adhere to these kinds of terms, where your vendor will say to you in the contract, any breach by you or your users of these terms will give us all these wonderful and beautiful remedies to terminate, to sue you, to claim indemnities, or whatever the case is. And that kind of language can be scary, especially if the software is being used by hundreds in your organization, as is the case with a lot of our technology products that we use at ENS. So it's an important. So you got to think about, okay, if this is the term in my contract with my vendor, how do I operationalize this risk internally? How do I monitor my users' access to the software? Am I making sure that only the necessary users are using it? What am I doing? Another big risk in these engagements, and we also advised a client on this recently, where Microsoft came and wanted to do an audit of the client software usage, because they found that they were using licenses in excess of what Microsoft had actually required. And you'll find that there is a term in your vendor agreements that give your vendors the right to come and audit usage, and give them the right to charge you for anything in excess of that. And in our situation, we had the clients who did not have good auditing. They didn't check. They had no guardrails in place internally to monitor people's people buying this license. There was no permission protocols. So users were just buying the license left, right, and center, and they went from what they thought had been only 5 authorized users to 100 unauthorized users. And the vendor's not going to say, "Oh, sorry, we sympathize with you. Never mind, slap on the wrist and move on." They're going to want their money, because that you're using a product, and that's a very common remedy that the vendor will exercise. So be mindful of that if you are the customer, and if you're the vendor, make sure you have that right. Make sure you have the right to audit. Make sure you flow down terms to the end user, or that you put that obligation on the corporate customer, and that you manage the license very, very carefully. That what type of license is this? Is this a license just to access? What's the purpose of the license? The vendor wants to be very careful with managing that. It's a standard type of license agreement, but the only consideration here is just the different types of personalities involved. The next example is a group company or affiliate agreements. I'm not going to go into too much detail regarding that because Shaista did already speak to that, and that's on the next slide. But typically what happens, and we put this in our templates that we draft for our clients, there's a lovely little clause, an affiliates clause or benefit of the agreement clause, that says that whatever between us as the parent entity and you as the counterparty, whatever we agree, our affiliates can benefit from the same services, no price difference, no new negotiations needed. So it's a very helpful mechanism to have. But how you structure it needs to be dependent on how you operate as a business. So for example, if you're the customer, are all transactions paid for by the parent entity, or regardless of who's using the service, or do you require your affiliates to foot that bill? Because if it is, then liability clause in your affiliates clause in the agreement will look a bit different. It'll either be, you can only deal with us as the parent company when you're engaging with our affiliates, or you deal with our affiliates directly because the account is for them directly. So be very mindful of that. As the vendor, understand going into it, what are the expectations, because there should be a commercial impact. So we will advise very differently depending on what hat we're wearing. But if we're advising a client who's acting as a vendor in a matter, you'll want to make sure that how affiliates are added is managed very carefully. And if there are commercial considerations, you can apply a sliding scale for the number of affiliates added. You want to make sure that you know at all times who has access to this, and so on. So very interesting structure, and it can look very different depending on the transaction. And there's a lot of flexibility with how it is implemented. And the last example, a marketplace or platform model, almost operates quite similar to the corporate license and downstream user model. That was the fourth example I gave. But if you can just think of your mobile company now, and it's a very common example we give. If you go into, let's say, your banking company, not your mobile company, your banking company. So if I bank with Discovery, I go into my Discovery banking app, and I'm not just using the app for banking anymore. I can buy products, third-party products, whether they're owned by Discovery or they're owned by another third party. I can buy electricity, water. I can send airtime to someone. There's so many things you can now do on platforms these days that are no longer linear. And that's why I said in the beginning, it's not a linear model. But in the back end, there's so much happening between my bank and the third parties whose products that they are unselling to us. So it's similar to a reseller model. It's similar to a corporate license and downstream model. But bear in mind that there again will be multi-faceted elements here to your relationships. There could be something happening between the bank and the developers that that have access to their platform, that have their third parties being made available. It could be between the developer and the final user, like their customer and consumption of these products. And again, our team has written numerous articles on the platform economy. It was a buzzword several years ago. It still is, I guess, but it's become less relevant with all the AI stuff that's happened, but very much a very common model that's being used. So just understand from which perspective you're coming from, and a lot of companies are disrupting the space. So you think you're in banking, or you think you're in retail, or you think you're in e-commerce, but your role has actually changed in your industry. So you might be a platform provider, depending on what you're doing. So that is a very quick overview of 6 common examples of multi-party engagements, but just to keep in mind that you might be dealing with what you think is a linear structure, but it has all of these offshoots that you need to consider, and just read the details in your contract. See how it relates to a third party's involvement. Consider if you need to have contracts or back-to-backs in place with those third parties so that you are protected. All right, thank you. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues for their segment.
Thanks so much, Priyanka. Nice to see you all again. I'll be taking you through this last session before we break for lunch today. I don't know if it's morning or afternoon anymore, but we seem to be going quite well through the session. I'm just going to do a quick check in the Q&A to see if there's any other questions that have been asked. So far, it seems fine, so I'll just move on into the next section then. So I think the first part of the session that I want to discuss is that, there are lots of different types of negotiation methods. With the rise in technology and the availability of new systems, we do deal with negotiations very differently, depending on the project or the deal and where all the parties are. Most of them would be quite common to you, and you probably have seen these or used some of these methods before. But let's, have a look at the different ones. So the first is an issues table. Using an issues table or a compliance or departure table is basically where you ask, sorry, let me just focus on issues table. I'll come to compliance in a departures table. But an issues table is where a counterpart considers a draft agreement and they set out what they believe are the main core issues. They tend to be things like limitation of liability clauses, indemnity clauses, warranties, perhaps, a service clause, and they'll set out at a high level what their issues are. The parties will then come together to discuss these issues and then, finalize and find a way forward. Exchange of markups is the most common form of negotiating, and you will inevitably use this in one way or another, maybe combined with some of the other negotiation methods, but it involves actually using the markup or red line function in a Word doc in Word to actually track your changes through a document. So this would include either showing deletions, adding amendments to a clause, or putting even comment bubbles explaining a position. The next one is a compliance or departure table. And here you might be asked to fill this in. More often than not, we see this when dealing with RFQ or RFP processes. And you would sort of describe where your position might be different from your counterpart's position. And it's looking at a baseline contract. We don't do these anymore, and maybe I'm giving away my age a little, but we used to do negotiations by way of telephone quite a lot. And this is literally, there would be a conference speaker on the table, and we'd all dial into a call and discuss our positions on a contract. These I find are much shorter discussions because they do happen, over the telephone. And it might have been a convenient way for parties to meet to discuss certain issues because we just can't meet in person. And, sometimes it's a bit easier to discuss items because hopefully all the parties on one side are in a boardroom together, and we can go on mute and discuss a point and come back to the position. So I guess a format of this is being used more often these days, and this would be Teams or Zoom or any sort of virtual link where parties come together to discuss items in a document. This one I find to be much more useful because we have functionality that enables us to share a document on screen and everybody can look at the same clauses together. We can mark up a clause together, we can accept changes and amendments together, or we can reject them depending on the position taken. But what this negotiation method does is it does allow everyone to see in real time what is being discussed and agreed. And, the devil does often come in the detail. And so, for example, using an issues table, while we might on principle agree a point on, say, for example, limitation of liability, when it comes to the actual markup, we might find that we were not aligned on a certain position because our version of what that issue looks like maybe translate very differently from our counterparts. And sometimes we do find that to delay the process. An in-person negotiation is most of our preferred way of working, especially on large transactions, because it does allow all the parties to come together to discuss, their various positions. And it will look and feel very similar to, I guess, something in a negotiation conducted via Teams or, over the telephone. But it's different in that, there's nowhere for people to hide. So I find, the keyboard warriors truly do exist in the other forms of negotiation where they don't have to face you and actually defend a position that they've taken. So in-person negotiation adds a level of, I guess, gravitas to the negotiation. It adds a level of personableness to the negotiation. So it's much harder sometimes for someone to argue a point which might not be actually worth a negotiation, where someone's just being really difficult on a certain position. In person, it's much harder for them to stand by that decision. So again, sorry, apologies. This was one of those where we would have liked to have done a poll to understand what's your preferred negotiation method. I must say, during COVID, naturally, we used virtual negotiations on a daily basis, and I did come to really enjoy them. I found that they were quite productive, and we could make a lot of headway through those negotiations. But after COVID has ended and we've all coming together in person again, I must say there's no substitute for it. In-person negotiations truly have a place in ensuring a contract goes smoothly, especially when it's time sensitive or if parties have been discussing something for a very long time. An in-person negotiation can really facilitate us getting over the line on many issues. While that being said, I think, exchange of markups will never be replaced. There will always be a space for us to review in detail what changes a counterpart is suggesting to preferred positions in a clause, to understand in their words what their view is on a certain position. And so, a combination of all of these negotiation methods, I think, will continue to exist. So let's go into a little bit more detail of each of these, looking at some of the pros and the cons. So the first is an issues list. Here we find that, responses are quite considered. Nobody is sort of saying anything off the cuff. They have to think about the contract in detail and reflect their position in a way that makes sense to us and that we can follow and understand what their concern is. We would focus on the main points of difference only in an issues list. And this can sometimes help us because then we are stepping away from the contract, as in looking at markups, and we can understand in detail what the key issues are that are holding up, finalizing the contract. There's also time to consult between us and the client, or you and the business, or the broader negotiating team, and it gives us time to understand the issue, understand the implication of the markup that they're proposing, or and then come up with a response that makes sense. Some of the cons I found with an issues list process is that it can be very long and drawn out. So, sometimes we really get stuck into an issues table. It's a Word or an Excel document that goes back and forth a number of times. And before you know it, like 6 weeks have passed and we're still discussing an issues list. It really shouldn't go on for that long. We should agree between us that we will use the issues list to unpack certain critical issues, but we will come back to the table and to the draft itself. So it can be a nice intervention for a short period of time, but it's not something that we would encourage to go on for too long. From an issues list, what's also difficult is that we can't understand the tone of the proposal. And what I mean by that is when I'm speaking now in person, you get a sense of my meaning through the way I'm speaking. And that's obviously missing because it's, on paper. The intentions can also be misinterpreted. Some counterparts don't communicate as clearly over paper as they might in person. And so we find sometimes that disconnect leads to misunderstandings and could create other issues that we did not intend for. What's also, I think, one of the cons in an issues list is that small issues are not discussed. And a small issue might be a minor amendment in a parent company guarantee clause or a minor amendment in the service level clause, which we might all overlook until we actually are around a table. And then we find that the small issue is actually a really big issue. And so, there is the risk that all of the issues in the issues list are not actually all of the issues. So looking at the next format of a negotiation method would be markups. And here I find some of the pros to be that, there is a precise intention of each party. And so it's very clear what each party's position is. And items are also closed as we make our way through a document. So apologies. As we get through a markup, if it's our document and someone has amended some wording in the warranty clause, and maybe it's not a contentious issue, then we might just accept it and move on. And so, we can really progress a document much faster. Some of the cons with markups is, it can really lead to that fixation on wording and language. And wording and language is very important, but sometimes you might find, two lawyers discussing a point to death. I've seen this happen where, you can spend 3 hours on one clause, and that's really not conducive to what we're trying to achieve through negotiating a contract. And while it can be very important, you might find that the other team members in the negotiation might get really frustrated. And they also get frustrated with, the page turner where we go one amendment at a time. And so markups can be quite frustrating, but they do definitely have a place. Looking at a departures table, here we find that the pros could be that you get a clear overview of all of the parties' positions. And what really comes through very quickly is where the gaps are or where the overlaps are. And, by finding those positions where we might be intersecting, we could find, commonality, and we are able to then close off that quite quickly. And then obviously where we are identifying the gaps, we can also quickly zone in on, those critical issues for your counterpart, and we can address that appropriately. Some of the cons with using a departure table is that you have this beautiful table setting out each party's position on a certain clause, and then we start translating that into drafting in the contract, and then we find actually that we're not aligned and that there are further issues being raised because the devil is in the details. And sometimes, through translating those departure tables into markups, we find, in fact, there wasn't actually any agreement. And so this would cause some, frustration between the parties, or we might have to actually start again the discussion on an issue. So that can be, kind of a blocker to the negotiation process. With the telephone negotiation, it's obviously very convenient. It's very quick. We normally would schedule this for no more than an hour. It can be flexible. Any person can join from anywhere in the world. And it's effective in that, you are speaking, so you can discern the intention of the person. You can understand, what they might have meant by something. So it could be a really useful tool in clearing up any misunderstandings between the parties. Some of the cons with using, I guess, a telephone negotiation is you can't see the person, and so you can't see the facial expressions or their body language, which is a really useful indicator in helping you know whether a proposal you might have made has landed with them, or if, it's something that they're rejecting just through the way that they hold themselves. You also cannot communicate with everyone else in your team unless you use an alternative method. So sometimes when we're on a telephone negotiation, and if we're not all able to come together as a team in one place, we might have to set up an alternative form to discuss certain positions or take instructions on the side. This could be a Teams chat or an email chat or a WhatsApp chat, but some way of communicating in real time on, certain positions that are being raised. So we might have to set up this additional communication channel between the negotiating team. Using a Teams function or, anything similar like Zoom, it can be very convenient. It's very quick to arrange, although sometimes our diaries are so full that I know that sometimes makes it a bit difficult. But on the whole, it tends to be quite flexible. It does feel like in person, and I think the distinction for me is whether or not people choose to put their cameras on or not. If I am doing a Teams or virtual negotiation, I do encourage everyone to put their camera on It gives us the sort of feeling of conducting a negotiation in person. The only time I really want to switch off my camera is when I have a really big reaction. So I try to pride myself in having a good poker face in a negotiation, but every now and then I must say I do slip up. And I recall actually a negotiation I had with Priyanka a few years ago. We were conducting them virtually over Teams. She and I were in the office together, and it was a really frustrating negotiation because the counterpart was perhaps not as skilled in terms of IT contracting, and it seemed to be one of her first. And some of the questions were really difficult to sort of get over the line with her, and we were really struggling to close the negotiation. And it must have been just, the pressure of the negotiations and the amount of times that we had had the same conversation. But she happened to say something, and I just couldn't take it anymore. And I had to run out of the office because I had burst into laughter. And I think I was just so frustrated. But, I was able to do that because we were having a Teams conversation as opposed to being in person. I can guarantee you I would not have been able to do that in person. So, sometimes the Teams negotiation can be quite fun. You just switch off your camera as just losing it a little. So, definitely a pro for me was being able to switch off that camera and dash out of the room. One of the other pros, I think, in using Teams is because you have that share function and you can show the document, we can draft in real time. And that has been the most incredible tool for me, being able to look at the wording and for me to say to a counterpart, yes, this is what you said, this is how I drafted it, this is what I think the clause should look like, for them to say, yes, I agree, to accept the change and to move on. There's just no, I think, substitute for that kind of process. And so I do find virtual negotiations to be quite helpful. Some of the cons that we've experienced are connectivity issues and technology issues. You'll forgive us for our, belated start this morning, but that is what we experienced. And it can be, frustrating and irritating for people. It can also lead to perhaps us having to cancel a session because of, poor connectivity or technology issues. So we do want to be mindful of that when we plan a negotiation. And also, I guess, understanding that these things happen. Across Africa, we do sometimes struggle with resources, especially in South Africa. We made a joke that our Wi-Fi this morning was not, the best. And so we were really holding thumbs, hoping that everything would go according to plan. But these things do happen, and we do have to make allowances for that. I think some of the other cons that we might experience is scheduling can be so complicated in arranging a team session because we're trying to get an hour or a 2 hour slot that accommodates everybody's diaries. And if people don't prioritize it, it might not be something that's easy to do, and that can also lead to delays and frustrations. I also find with a virtual negotiation that there's no time for small talk. So, like Ridwan had mentioned earlier in the session today, we do like to laugh and joke with, our counterparts and our contemporaries because it creates a little bit of a rapport. And what that rapport does is it enables us to talk to them about issues in a way that they will accept and hear from us. And it also helps us to break the ice. Now, I find in virtual negotiations, there's no time for that. We're meeting for an hour, we're meeting for 2 hours, and we just need to get through what we need to get through. So we don't get to hear about them or their day or their family. And, those are some of the softer things that could really be helpful. Sometimes also these Teams sessions and negotiations can also be too long. We've had, up to a 4 hour virtual negotiation. And sometimes people just don't understand that we need to take a quick comfort break, or that we're just going too long and we just need a break from the discussing the same issue over and over again. So sometimes that does impede the negotiation as well. The last one was an in-person negotiation, and I think you can hear from my discussion today that I really do favor this format. And the reason I do is because you can really get a good read on someone's intention, through the way the tone of their voice is, what their facial expression is, and you can read their body language better. Ridwan and I were in a negotiation towards the end of last year, and it was quite a difficult negotiation. The parties were really frustrated with one another. We had been discussing certain issues for a very long time. And I think it got to the point where they had to call in the heavy hitters, the decision makers, the ones that should have been in the room from the get-go. Be that as it may, Ridwan happened to have his hands crossed, in front of him. And I think it was just, a comfortable position. I don't think he intended anything by it. And the person that was speaking to him from the other side similarly had their hands crossed. But the guy decided to take exception with Ridwan's body language because as he was talking, he was just saying really uh, bold statements that were untrue. And he was also just being very, I guess, inflammatory. He was trying to create an aggressive environment. And he actually called Ridwan out and he said, I don't appreciate your body language and you shaking your head at me while we're talking. I must say Ridwan had handled the situation very well. And this is, when I say that I still need a lot of work when it comes to maintaining my body language and facial expressions, because I did have a reaction because I was just so surprised by that sort of comment that was made by the counterpart. But what we could tell from never mind what Ridwan was saying, but what the counterpart was saying is through his body language, through his facial expressions, through the tone of his voice, we really were able to understand what their key pressure points were. Ultimately, unfortunately, it led to the deal not going through, but I think that's better off for our client because, the service provider really did not seem to have the best of intentions on that deal. So, it all worked out, but we would not have been able to see that if it was a Teams negotiation or if there were just emails going back and forth. And so it really did facilitate that negotiation. I think what's also interesting about in-person negotiations is you can watch and see how the other party interact with one another. You can get a good grasp on the dynamic of the team. You can understand who is actually in charge and who makes the decisions. And you have that opportunity to also just make small talk in downtime, so you can build some of that rapport. One of the other benefits is for however long an in-person negotiation is scheduled, you have the undivided attention of all of the participants in that session. And so that's, not always, we're not always able to do that in other formats of negotiations. And so we find, for all of those reasons that they can be very effective. Some of the cons of an in-person negotiation is obviously trying to maintain your composure consistently. It gets harder when the discussions get harder. And it also gets hard to control your client, I guess, in some ways, because sometimes if you don't have the right alignment within your negotiation team, and if everyone has not been briefed properly, they might, make a concession that has a big impact, or they might actually, just say something that you wouldn't want them to say. So sometimes that's a bit harder to manage. And I do find in-person negotiations are also quite long. So because everyone is taking time out to come together to discuss something, they do tend to be long sessions. So anything from 3 hours to 6 hours, even longer depending on the time pressure. So those can be quite long days. So I guess, how do you go about preparing for a negotiation? So now that you understand what the different methods are, you do want to ensure that you prepare. You don't want to walk into a negotiation blind. So you want to organize yourself internally. You want to discuss who is part of the negotiation team, who will be leading the discussions. Will it be an external lawyer or will it be someone from, the client? Who's going to deal with any sort of escalation points, who's going to present proposals. All of this needs to actually be discussed and agreed between, the relevant stakeholders. You then want to understand your risk profile and your risk tolerance. So depending on, the contract, you might have different positions on different items. You want to be able to know what your risk profile and risk tolerance is upfront. This could be, the duration of the contract or the size of the contract. All of these things might factor into determining what the risk is. And you need to appreciate what risks are unacceptable and let your negotiation team know that. Because at some point you might have to walk away, and that is part of every negotiation. You have to know when is it a risk at, all costs. I mean, when is it going to be a deal which accepts all of the risks at any cost, or is it going to be a deal that you're going to make within your risk profile and within your risk tolerance? You also want to think about the approach to the negotiation. Is it sort of a bit more contentious? Is it a us versus them thing? Or are we actually collaborating, and do we want to sort of have sort of a partner discussion? I don't like the word partner, especially when it comes to negotiations like this. But we do want to sort of set the tone on, what the dynamic is between us and the counterparts. We want to set mandates and align the signatories and empower negotiation teams. You want to have the right people in the room to be able to make a call on certain points, or at least know who is the person to contact if the people in the room are not the ones that can make the deal. So, that is something that you really want to understand upfront. And then lastly, and certainly not a part to be overlooked, is you want to align your entire negotiation schedule with your internal approval process. So without, impeding your negotiation by creating an arbitrary deadline, as Ridwan had discussed earlier in the slides, you want to make sure you understand what your internal sign-off process looks like, whether you need to consult a specific risk committee, whether you need certain approval from certain stakeholders, and knowing how long that takes. And I think communicating that to the counterparty upfront is really helpful so that they can align their expectations with what the reality is. So getting to yes across cultures looks a little bit different, I guess, depending on the region in which you sit. So I was able to find this slide, on the internet, and as you can see, it's very sort of European focused or North American focused, and you just had like sort of a smattering of like, I guess, other regions. Naturally, Africa was not included on this Harvard Business Review slide, but I think it does help us to appreciate, that there are these different types of negotiation styles that we would want to understand that will definitely impact the negotiation. So, in some cultures, showing emotion during a negotiation is considered acceptable, while others it might seem to be disrespectful. Some cultures being confrontational is acceptable during negotiations, whereas in other countries it might not be. And negotiators build cognitive-based trust based on accomplishment, skills, and reliability. And in others, we build an affective-based trust, which is based on emotionally close relationships, empathy, and friendship. So knowing who your counterpart is, which part of the world they come from, can help your negotiation go a bit more smoothly. So, I took a stab at what I think South Africa is on the spectrum. I find that, South Africans try to avoid confrontation as much as possible, but they do also try and manage their emotions quite a bit. So you'll find them sort of in that right-hand quadrant at the bottom. Whereas I think if you were negotiating with counterparts in the US, as I have done, I found them to be much more confrontational and also emotional in their discussions. So sometimes you can use that against them. Sometimes it just helps you get something over the line. So something like this and trying to understand where your counterpart sits can really facilitate in getting through a negotiation. Excuse me. I guess I would like to end this session by looking at a few rules for effective negotiation across cultures. So the first would be to learn about your counterpart's culture through reading or conversation with those who you know in that specific region. You can learn a lot about how they think of things. So don't overlook, the like, how much of a role their culture might play in the negotiation. You're also welcome to ask questions of your counterpart to understand their positions a bit better and, their cultural background. This tends to show them that you have an interest in the person, and also helps to build that rapport. Show respect for cultural differences, and be flexible. An inexperienced negotiator might belittle a cultural practice that would, really impede a negotiation. It's far better to, understand the value system at work and to construct a problem-solving conversation about any difficulties that, might arise from our unfamiliar customs, from, the different cultural dynamics in the room. I'll demonstrate, I think, all of this with an example towards the end. Be aware of how others perceive your culture. Similarly, as you trying to understand their culture, they might be trying to understand yours, and also understand what might be, sort of the stereotypes around maybe people from your country and how that stereotype might affect the way that they understand you. Find ways to bridge the cultural gap. We are all human. We all have a lot going on in our lives that might be very similar to everyone else. So find that thing that connects us and build that rapport. I guess to also be aware of the communicational differences and adapt. So, maybe someone prefers written communication over oral communication, and you might find that might be more conducive to that specific negotiation. Adapt as you go. And I guess overarchingly to remember that this is the beginning of a relationship, certainly not the end. We are not litigation lawyers. We are certainly transactional lawyers. And this negotiation will set the tone for the rest of the relationship between your client, and the counterpart. And I think that's so important, that we don't forget that in our negotiation. So, being open, being friendly, being respectful, certainly is so important in setting yourselves up for a really good relationship between you and your counterpart. I guess maybe I can share. I was doing a negotiation with, I was at the time in Australia. We were the lawyer's external counsel for our client. Our client was based in Indonesia, but with their parent company sitting in Canada. The counterpart was from the US, as well. So there were three parties to the deal, and the third party was from China. So as you can tell, we have people from all over the world, and we had met in Indonesia to settle the contract. So we met for 10 days to negotiate the suite of documents that we had to. And it was fascinating as a South African lawyer working in Australia, being in Indonesia, across the table from Chinese and Canadian lawyers. I mean, what a mix. It was fascinating. And the lawyer that was heading up the transaction at the time, he was an Irishman, so he had quite a bold personality, and he leveraged the cultural dynamic to his favor. So, Chinese lawyers we find are very respectful, they're very hierarchical, and there's a very clear layer of authority between them, and they like to be addressed directly. You need to make eye contact when you're communicating a proposal, and excuse me, he used that understanding of how they operate against them in order to get his point across. And at the time, I found it quite disrespectful, but it was extremely effective. So the other party were just not coming to the table. They were arriving late for meetings. They would take really long breaks, and they were just not being similarly respectful. And we understood them to be, I guess, playing a game and trying to put pressure so that, we'd just like drag out the first few days and then put immense pressure at the end so that we would concede on very important points. So our lawyer got very frustrated with this, and he decided to give them a little bit a taste of their own medicine. And so what he did was, at one certain point, it happened to be lunchtime, but the counterpart had asked him a question, and he just got up. He got up from the table, he left the room, he got a plate of food, and he came back to sit down, and he started eating. And he did this with the client. And I was sitting right next to him taking notes. And he walked away, and the counterpart looked at me as if to say, excuse me. And I was like, I think I'm going to go get us some lunch too, because I just didn't know what to do. I'd never seen that sort of tactic before, but it was extremely effective. After that lunch break, everybody was much more collaborative and much more communicative. So they understood that we were not going to accept their tricks. And, we wanted to finalize the deal as we were all there to do. So it was very important for us to get their cooperation. So, understanding the cultural dynamics in a negotiation can really help you, or I guess hurt you if you don't use the tools appropriately. Okay, with that, I think we've come to a nice break. So we'll be providing for a 45-minute lunch break. So the time is 12:54 in South Africa. So we'll give you 45 minutes. And so if we can please ask everyone to return, I guess, just after 1:30 our time. So we'll start at about 25 to 2. Sorry, trying to do all of the math. But thank you so much. I will have a quick look at the chat to see if there were any further questions. I think we've had 2 questions come up. The first is, very often IT contracts do not contain termination without cause clauses nor notice periods. In such circumstances, what are the options of a client? Okay, I think we might answer your question in the last session of the day. So I'll try and get to that answer in that session. If not, we'll come back to it. So thank you for your question. The next question was, how are vendors segmented between strategic, critical, and transactional, and why? It's a really interesting one. Let me give it some more thought, and we'll come back to this question after the break. In the meantime, I hope you all have a good lunch, although I'm sure you're going to be using the time to check your emails and catch up with your day jobs. But thank you so much for listening to us, and we'll see you in a little while.
Typical supply responses. So often we would find that in negotiations, a supplier would put forward certain types of propositions, and a customer may naturally push back on those positions. Conversely, a customer may put forward certain types of positions, and a supplier would be very hesitant or loath to offer those as positions. In a typical negotiation, there's a lot of back and forth between the two parties as to which specific type of warranties are included, which are not included, and this is where the often contentious debates happen. We will go through some of these with you. My colleague Rocky will join us in a second. Apologies for that. Sorry about that. Just stay with us for a minute. We just want to sort out our technical issues.
Have to happen with the technology team. Having technical problems with the tech team.
So just for the record, we are technology lawyers. We are not technicians. We have service levels, and I think our IT team is breaching those service levels. And you can be sure that there'll be penalties to follow from this. And as a customer of IT services from our IT team, we definitely will be enforcing those penalties against our internal IT team for lack of support. But thank you to our front office team who stepped in. And that's a good example of cooperation, where you have one party tasked to do something, but often another party comes in and fixes their problem. So coming back to the type of warranties that a customer would typically want to include, I'll start with care and skill. So for this scenario analysis, Rocky will take the view of a typical supplier, and Isavan will take the view of a typical customer. And we'll go through some of the typical arguments that normally take place in a negotiation process. So Isavan, from a customer perspective, what would a customer expect
from a service provider when it comes to care and skill? And Rocky, what would be your counter for that?
No, I mean, firstly, if as a customer, we've gone out on an RFP, and the suppliers come forward and put forward due care and skill, then reasonable efforts won't fly for me. While I'm not expecting to go say world class, but I would expect best industry or leading industry practice at the very least, because that's what they've represented and certainly marketed themselves as.
As a supplier, I think the message is always you get what you pay for. And so we would seek to always qualify most of the either warranties or representations around using the word reasonable. And, as a supplier, I try and put that in as often as possible, especially where we talk about care and skill. I will do with that of a reasonable person in, a similar position as I. But if you want best efforts and best endeavors, which we can certainly do, you'll have to pay for it.
And that's okay, but it's going to be a material warranty and representation. Care and skill is what induced me to enter into the arrangement to start with. So I have no problem paying as long as you're going to deliver in accordance with the standard, and you're going to staff it with the staff that you've represented in the R&D response.
And more often than not, that would be acceptable. Yeah.
Okay. And what about compliance with specifications? What would a typical customer require, Sevan?
Complete 100% compliance with specifications, and that is because we're appointing the vendor who's the leader and the service provider. We have provided them with our requirements, which are then documented and recorded in the specification. We therefore materially is not going to do for us unless that's going to say, if you say it materially complies, then do we pay you 15% less or 20% less? What does that translate into? Also, what's material to the service provider is different to what's material to the customer.
As a supplier where a customer might not accept materially as a qualifier to the specifications that are then, introduced into the contract, I would spend more time looking at the actual details of the specifications that were provided. So a customer that's provided a very robust, detailed, clear list of specifications to which they want the services to meet, not an issue. We can comply with the specifications. The problem always comes where there's very vague descriptions of what the specifications are. And as a service provider, I would want to make sure that where, specifications are vague, that I am then using the word materially. Because sometimes, unfortunately, customers don't know what they want. And so by adding the qualifier of materially, I can give them the essential functionality of what they were asking for, where a specification was vague. But I can't commit to giving them something that's not actually described. So that's where I focus more of my energy on.
Okay, and in practice, this is typically one of the areas where litigation does take place a lot because of this this negotiation process. One party wants insistence on compliance with specifications fully. The other party wants to, I wouldn't say water it down, but make the obligation a bit more pragmatic. But when a court is faced with this, or when an arbitrator is faced with this, the questions then arise: what does materially mean? And that is where a lot of disputes take place, which is why paying attention to these sort of clauses and not negotiating compromises for the sake of negotiating compromise, that becomes quite important as well. Then Esteban, talk us through some of the other typical warranties that a customer would require.
So compliance with applicable law. I know there's a cross there, so I'm assuming Rocky doesn't want to give me a compliance with applicable law. But as a customer, I expect and I expect compliance with applicable law. As it sits today, both the customer and the service provider are expected to comply with applicable law. I expect the service provider to, if they are playing in a specific industry. So if I am a bank and they are providing services to me, they need to understand the landscape of banks, at least have an appreciation of the regulatory environment. And when I say have an appreciation, understand that we're a regulated entity. Just telling me that the service provider is not a bank, so they do not know how to comply, is not good enough. If you are receiving, I'm providing you with you are providing me with services, and we're paying you for that. Then at the very least, you need to understand. At least have an understanding of the level of compliance that I need to undertake as an institute. Similarly, compliance with customer policies. while I can accept certain policies, yes, we would have to discuss. There would be a base set of policies that I expect compliance with on day one. These would be remote access. When you come onto my client's premises or onto the client's premises, you're going to adhere to the client's safety, health processes, sexual harassment policies, data privacy. There are a bunch of certain policies that at the base I expect compliance, and I'm happy ensuring that those are handed over or even recorded in the agreement. And if there's any material changes to those policies that require an inordinate amount of effort for the supplier to comply, I would also be open to looking at that, pushing that through change control. But again, at the very least, the supplier cannot say that those are customer policies and we will not comply. Intellectual property infringement. This is a big one for me. Service providers will argue, we don't need to give you the warranty because we give you the indemnity. Yes, that's very nice that I have the indemnity and I appreciate that, but the warranty is also very important because, again, the warranty gives you an additional damages claim. It also goes to the root of the contract. So what you'll often find is that service providers will forego this warranty in exchange for the indemnity, or if they do give you this warranty, they'll tie it to sole remedy, meaning that the sole remedy is for the service provider to make it non-infringing or to procure another system for you.
Rakib, I bring you in here. What does a typical service provider have to say about compliance with, or a customer wanting a warranty when it comes to complying with applicable law, with customer policies, or even with industry best practice? What would a typical supplier for you be?
So generally, we would argue that those should be obligations in the contract. Sure, you want to contractually bind us to commit to complying with applicable law, your policies, and industry best practice. More often than not, we already do, just like you. And so we would be happy for those to be contractual obligations in the contract. But to make them warranties, I think, is where the conversation always gets a bit difficult. As a supplier, providing a warranty gives exactly rise to certain damages that brings about an inordinate amount of risk. And the question should always come back to the context of a breach of any of these in the context of delivering the services. So more often than not, these clauses, when drafted from a customer's perspective, are as broad as possible to cover as much as possible. And from a supplier's perspective, we're trying to look to limit our risk in a contract to only that which is really applicable. Often suppliers will ask for reciprocal warranties on at least applicable law. As a supplier, we would push for that. If we have to comply, shouldn't you? But I know the customer argument, but I'm just throwing it out there because that's what suppliers say all the time. And Ridwan's smiling because he's going to come with the argument now.
For once, I'll take the customer side for this. I'm supposed to be impartial, but it's a very interesting debate that normally takes place. My general argument, and since most of you do act on the customer side, when a supplier asks you for a warranty to say you, customer, must comply with applicable law, my argument is as follows. Number one, I'm probably a regulated entity or I'm a law-abiding citizen. I already know I need to comply with applicable law. Number two, if I do not comply with applicable law, a regulator or a government authority is already going to take some form of action against me. So given those two, why would I, for the pleasure of wanting to do business with you, who's my service provider, now take on an additional layer of risk when it comes to me complying with applicable law? Because if I don't comply with applicable law, the governmental authority would take action against me. And simply because I am now appointing you as my service provider, that should not entitle you to now penalize me further if I fail to comply with applicable law. But these are generally hotly contested warranties and obligations. Likewise with policy and industry best practice. Isaven's already touched on IP from a customer perspective, but let's hear from Rocky from a service provider perspective. What type of warranty would a service provider be willing to give, and where do service providers sometimes push back against?
In terms of warranties, I think as a service provider, this is normally not one that we can shy away from, but I'd always bring it back to the services. So, most suppliers have a standard stack of services and of products that they offer. And, the risk that's accepted needs to be commensurate with that service offering. So if we're looking at something like, I don't know, hardware, it's going to be really difficult for a customer to argue that, we need to give a really high warranty for IP infringement claims. Not saying that there can't be, infringement in IP and hardware, but it's very different as compared to where I, as a service provider, am developing IP for you, which is going to become a core part of your business. So by bringing the conversation back to services, we can help smooth the conversation about how broad that warranty is drafted. While we might not get away with deleting the warranty in totality, we can limit it in certain ways. And Isavan spoke to that earlier by, limiting what the recourse is for a breach of that warranty. So, the warranty would also be, I guess, conditional on how the IP is being used and provided that the customer didn't cause an IP infringement to arise. So there would be some of those carve-outs. We would then limit the recourse to being that, we will defend the claim. We'll have sole control over the defense of an IP infringement claim. And the sole remedy in respect of a breach of warranty is for us to provide a non-infringing piece of deliverable, which you can then use. So by limiting that, we're limiting the risk exposure.
Okay, and let's move on. So I think IP is quite an important section in any IT contract. Just a side note, so when one looks at an IP warranty or an obligation, don't look at it in isolation because it's usually tied in with some form of indemnity, and that then in turn flows into your limitation of liability clause. So always appreciate that there's a golden thread between warranties, indemnities, and then ultimately your limitation of liability. And making concessions under the one invariably impacts on the concessions or on the other clauses. So Isavan early on quite correctly pointed out to say some customers are fine not to have an IP warranty in place, provided that they get an IP indemnity in place, and that indemnity in turn has either very, very generous cap on liability or is unlimited liability, but we'll deal with limitation of liability shortly under separate sections. So like this, there's a whole host of other warranties that one can go through and typical debates which take place. I think for now, it's sufficient that for you just to get a flavor that these are some of the typical warranties that are requested. The last one, which I'll speak through very quickly, is disclaimer of warranty. So more often than not, especially if you're dealing with American companies, even British companies, you'd find that there's a clause called disclaimer of warranties, which means if you haven't set out any warranty specifically in writing, no other warranties applied. So there's no implied warranties. And I think that's also important because sometimes clients or customers expect that a certain warranty may just apply, or it's an implied warranty or warranties against latent or patent defects, etc. But the disclaimer of warranty clause actually could have the impact of basically taking away your ability as a customer to be able to rely on those warranties. So as I said, like this, typically in negotiations, these are some of the typical warranties that get negotiated. These are some of the more hotly contested clauses in negotiations. And with that, we'll now move on to the next section, and that is Isavan talking you through some other highly regulated negotiated rules. So Isavan, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you all. So what we'll go through now is the clauses in the black boxes, which you'll recall I did state with the deal breaker clauses. So with that, I'll briefly touch on intellectual property. Now, as Ridwan has stated, intellectual property is a critical provision and is a key component to many transactions and an element that will certainly live with a client for years to come after the service provider has completed its work. So it's something that needs to be considered carefully. So you'll see that the way we look at IP is the manner in which we've divided it up. Namely, you've got customer IP, supplier IP, developed IP, and third-party IP. So customer intellectual property is the intellectual property that is proprietary to the customer. It's not third-party. It doesn't belong to the supplier. It is proprietary to the customer, and it was in pre-existence prior to engaging with the supplier. Now, supplier IP. Supplier IP, again, is the IP that is the intellectual property or IP that is proprietary to the supplier. It'll never be proprietary to the customer. Supplier IP can be divided into two forms. Basically, supplier IP itself, and then supplier IP used to provide the service. where the supplier uses its IP to provide the service. And I raise that with respect to the third bullet under supplier IP, where we specifically speak about IP embedded in a deliverable. We then have developed or bespoke IP. That is IP that was not in existence. It's something where that the customer generally comes to the vendor with and either has a requirement to say that we have a requirement, we need you to develop a piece of code for us, or comes to the supplier or vendor with a specification or functional specification against which the vendor will develop certain code. In that instance, it's generally standard practice, or I should say, rather say industry practice, in that instance, for the customer to own the intellectual property rights in such developed or bespoke IP where it pays for such IP. Now, how does the vendor view this? Now, typically the vendor generally, in most instances, doesn't have an issue with transferring or assigning IP rights in developed or bespoke IP to the customer, but that is usually only on the customer paying for such development. You'll usually always see that markup in every agreement that the vendor will assign developed or bespoke IP on the customer paying the relevant fees applicable to such IP. The nuance comes in here where what happens where the vendor is doing development work for you and the vendor is using its IP and has included a piece of its own proprietary IP in your deliverable. So now you as the customer own the deliverable, the bespoke deliverable, but you don't own the vendor's proprietary IP. In instances of that, you need to ensure that you are granted a very wide license right to use the vendor's IP that is a piece that forms a part of your deliverable. So typically the wording would be that the vendor grants the customer a royalty-free worldwide non-exclusive license to enjoy the use of deliverable and to create derivative works of such deliverable, basically. So it's purely for you to enjoy the deliverable that you've paid for. It's also to ensure that you are not locked in, that there's no what we call IP lock-in. If you do not have this overarching license right to the small vendor piece of IP that's sitting in your deliverable, you will have to then recontract the vendor, likely get a software license. So the vendor will likely see that you are dependent on it, and there is a high likelihood that you are now in supplier lock-in. It's therefore critical that when you do go about any development, that you scrutinize the development terms and you consider what license rights are provided to you as the customer when any supplier IP is provided to you or when it's incorporated into a deliverable. Let's touch on third-party IP. Now, third-party IP is intellectual property that is not proprietary to the customer or to the vendor and is owned or proprietary to a third party. Now, why would there be a need for third party? Well, generally in most large-scale transactions or IT transactions in general, you'll seldom find that the service is provided with just the vendor's IP and the customer's IP. There's usually always some form of third-party IP that is either being brought by the vendor, in which case the vendor or supplier has obtained the third-party license on behalf of the customer, or the customer may have obtained the license for the vendor to use that tool to provide the service to the customer. But it's very important to understand what third-party IP is being used. And again, this goes to the point that you need to understand as an organization what intellectual property is being used in your environment, is being installed in your environment. You need to understand what licenses, rights, and obligations attach to this third-party IP. How are you going to know that? The only way you're going to know that is when the service provider comes to you prior to deploying such third-party IP and says, these are the third-party tools that we are going to use. We require your consent. So therefore, you should consent before a supplier introduces any third-party IP. You should further require the service provider to disclose the license terms. Explain the license terms to you. If you are not comfortable with the license terms, you should have a right to require the service provider to obtain better license terms under a different product if possible, And if that cannot be achieved for whatever reason, then a decision will have to be made by you as the customer if you are going to continue with the initial license. But third-party IP is key to manage what's in your organization, to understand what licenses you have to comply with, to ensure that you do not fall foul, and furthermore, to ensure that your supplier provides you with a third-party IP indemnity, basically stating that where the vendor provides you with access to its third-party IP software, that it will indemnify you for any loss suffered due to a third party claiming that you actually do not have such a right. Let's touch on suspension of services now. Suspension of services generally for customers is a dirty word, and it's not, and I mean it's understandable why. When we speaking about suspension of services, we call it an extraordinary remedy, and we call it an extraordinary remedy because it affects the customer's continuity, service continuity. It's an extraordinary remedy because it allows the supplier to temporarily suspend the customer's access to a service. Now, it should only be used as a last resort. It should never apply to payment disputes. But let's delve into it a bit deeper. Typically, where would we see suspension of services largely? You'd largely see suspension of services and provisions of suspension of services being used in platform type arrangements, software as a service type arrangements, where generally service providers have a number of customers or clients on a platform or on a SaaS service. And therefore, if you as a customer are transmitting anything that is offensive, or there's a security vulnerability on your side that could expose the wider customer base, such service provider is going to be required to suspend your service. Now, that all sounds reasonable and logical, and yes, it does sound reasonable. However, very often when you read these type of platform terms and conditions or these type of suspensive clauses, you often see wording to the effect that if the vendor believes that the customer is going to breach applicable law or reasonably believes that the customer is going to commit fraud, they have the right to suspend service. I would not agree to any of these provisions. If a vendor is going to suspend services or access to my service, it has to be an actual event. It can't be a suspicion or reasonable suspicion. It has to be an objective standard. It cannot be tied to some sort of imaginary thing that could happen. On non-payment is another item that I would not allow suspension to trigger. And what do I mean by that? I mean that I know as a customer, largely the only thing that you largely have to do usually is make payment. But we all know customers have a lot of processes. There's payment processes, accounting processes. You could have a payment system that has certain invoicing requirements, an invoice number. Narrations have to be put in a certain place. And if they are not done that way, that invoice is simply kicked out again. Now, if that happens, should a vendor simply be able to suspend a material service to you because of non-payment for an invoice that is immaterial? The answer to that should be no. What should actually happen is that there should be an enhanced or extended notice period, meaning that typically you may have payment within 30 days of receipt of invoice, failing which you have a further 30-day period, failing which you have another 30-day period. That does amount to a 90-day period. And therefore, if you can't make payment within 90 days, that's 3 months, then the vendor does have a reasonable right to suspend that service. But I would never tie that to quite simply allowing suspension after simply just 1 month. Now onto the next item. One of my favorite topics, which again has to be read with limitation of liability. So indemnities, what is an indemnity? Simply put, an indemnity is a contractual promise from one party to make good on a loss suffered by another party. That's quite simply what it is. Now, you'll often hear, or maybe you have heard service providers, when you have this debate on indemnities, we've often heard this very often, that service providers will say, yes, but this is quite simply just your insurance policy. And that's incorrect. An indemnity is actually a very key principle in a contract, and particularly in IT contracts. It's a mechanism that's used to mitigate loss and recover loss from both on the side of both parties. And why is it such an important instrument? Well, it's an important instrument because an indemnity can be if an indemnity is drafted the correct way, in its purest form, meaning that it's party to party, or even if it's third party, but that it's able to be invoked on demand. That is the idea of an indemnity. Now you'll see below the first paragraph, there's concepts such as party to party, third party, no fault, fault-based apportionment. I'm going to touch on each one of these. So what do we mean when we speak about party-to-party indemnity? Party-to-party indemnity is basically what we call the gold standard of indemnity. It covers your own loss that you suffer, not just a loss that you suffer that was claimed by a third party. That's why it's called party-to-party. Very often, I'm sure you find that a lot of suppliers off the bat tell you straight up, before the negotiation even begins, that they do not agree to party-to-party indemnities. We are seeing this increasingly in the last 2 or 3 years come up more and more. What we also then have is what we call a third-party indemnity. Now, this is still an indemnity, and I know you've heard me say the gold standard of indemnity being party-to-party. So this is not the gold standard of indemnity. And why do I say it's not the gold standard of indemnity? Well, it's not the gold standard of indemnity because a third-party indemnity can only be invoked when a third party makes a claim against you. So therefore, your own loss, any loss that you have suffered outside of a third party claiming against you, will not be covered. That's gone. That means that you will have to basically cover that yourself, self-insure, for want of a better word. The third party construct will only be invoked when a third party claims against you. That's when you can invoke it. Now, what is no fault and fault-based? Well, when I speak about the gold standard of indemnities, we want an indemnity to be party to party, no fault and no apportionment. So when you look at fault, it seems quite simple to say, yes, that seems normal to say that the indemnity can only be triggered on fault. But in IT transactions, indemnities are drafted to be invoked when an event happens, when a breach or particular event happens, meaning that once the event happens, the indemnity is invoked and there's actually no inquiry into fault. So if you go into fault-based, it means that when the event actually happens, we have to go into a further inquiry to determine fault, which means we have to determine causation, which then means we have a massive delay. Imagine that there's an IP claim today. There's a third-party IP claim, and your indemnity is subject to fault-based. When that happens, you can invoke the indemnity, but the service provider can come back to you and say, actually, we are of the view that you were at fault of this, that we were not solely at fault. Now you're going to have this debate about who was at fault, instead of actually proceeding with the indemnity being invoked and the loss being mitigated. Now, what is apportionment of damages? If we take it a step further, even after fault-based, basically under an indemnity construct, apportionment of damages means that a party will only be liable in proportionate to the damage that it actually caused. So if you agree to a fault-based indemnity and apportionment, you need to be very careful, because when you start looking at it very closely, all you actually have is a claim in the ordinary course, meaning that you no longer have an indemnity. You cannot invoke the indemnity on demand. If you have an indemnity that is subject to fault and is subject to apportionment, it means that you will have to prove causation. You will have to quantify the loss. Basically, now you are proving a claim in the ordinary course under the agreement. You're negating the actual reason for an indemnity. And in material IT transactions, or certainly material outsource transactions, indemnities are there to apportion the risk with the parties that are best placed to deal with it. So, for instance, the vendor is best placed to deal with data, best placed to deal with intellectual property, best placed to deal with its staff, to give you an example. And that's why we would push the indemnities onto the vendor. Now, typical arguments raised for and against. Well, typically the typical arguments raised for the customer is that the customer is the customer and is is in an asymmetrical relationship with the vendor. The vendor is the expert, has delivered this, has done this a million times, has all the knowledge, is the market leader. The customer is not scaled for this type of work. The customer may be a very sophisticated organization, but it's sophisticated in its line of business, which is not providing the service to itself. It may be banking, it may be conducting its business as a petroleum company, conducting its business as an online retailer, conducting its business as a mine. But what it's not good at is conducting its business as a service provider. Now, that's the way the customer looks at it. The vendor looks at it exactly what I said. They see this as your insurance policy, and they'll often use words like that to say that, yes, but it's not fair when it's inequitable. But this is not correct. We are playing in the field of high risk, high technology, and high regulation. And for that reason, we must have the ability to separate risk and loss. And we must have the instrument to on-demand evoke that. So when dealing with indemnities, you need to consider them very carefully. You need to consider the construct, the carve-out very carefully. And this ties into a topic that I'll touch on the next slide or 2 slides later, which is limitation of liability. Because as I said, the 2 items speak to each other in the manner of what's going to be uncapped with liability and what's going to be capped. So with that in mind, let's go on to our next negotiation showdown, which is on the indemnities. Ridwan will take you through, but it's going to be similar to what we did earlier.
Okay, thanks, Seven. So with the background of indemnities, Seven has spoken about it at a conceptual level. Now we unpack typically what type of indemnities would we see in an IT agreement? What are the sort of indemnities the customer would want to provide? What would generally a supplier's position be in respect of those indemnities, and where often the contentious or the more debated aspects? So we've spoken about IP warranties, and as I said earlier, often a customer would seek an IP warranty. The vendor may want to push back or provide some form of sole remedy clause. But sometimes a customer may say, fine, we don't need the warranty, but we want an indemnity. So in this instance, Isavan, what would a typical customer indemnity require? And Raki, from a service provider perspective, what would generally a service provider's view be when it comes to IP indemnity?
So thanks, Ridwan. So from the customer's perspective, if we're talking about IP, I expect party to party and third party indemnification. Party to party for the loss that I suffer if you actually infringe my own IP, not just if a third party comes and says the actual IP that you're using, Isavan, infringes a party. So I expect that. Data privacy, absolutely.
We'll get to data privacy in a minute. Let's just stick to IP for now. So Raki, typically.
Yeah, the indemnity for IP is always a bit harder to try and negotiate from a supplier's perspective. We would push for third-party claims only, that we will indemnify a customer for any claims brought by a third party against it, because that's normally where the risk lies. Given that we're not in the business of breaching other people's IP, it's normally a risk that we would be able to accept. But I guess sometimes when a customer pushes for party-to-party IP with the argument that Isavan just made, you'd have to unpack it in the context of the specific service to see how likely the risk is. Often a supplier will take the position that, we're in the business of doing business. And so they might weigh up what the likelihood of such harm arising in the context of that service. So if it's a short-term engagement, anything less than 12 months, most of these would generally be accepted quite easily. It's in your long-term engagements that something like a party-to-party IP infringement claim might be more contentious, especially where we're doing development type work.
Yeah, and I think one of the other fears from a supply perspective is that, especially in smaller IT companies, you may have people coming from different companies. And I mean, as people often do, you leave your job and you take everything with you when you leave. And sometimes that goes, well, more often than not, it's not only against company policy, but also contrary to law, because they may be infringing legislation. But in the real world, these things happen. I mean, we see so many times a new startup comes along, they poach staff from other companies, and that staff don't just bring themselves, but they bring all pre-existing IP of the employer and other third parties along with them. And then what tends to happen is then they create something new. So for a lot of companies, their management are sometimes genuinely nervous of offering blanket indemnities. However, fully appreciating that they can't exactly be selling stolen intellectual property. So it's often a tough one for a supplier to fully agree to these. But on the customer side, this is one of the more or this is one of the most critical indemnities of all. So again, one of the more hotly negotiated type of indemnities that we deal with. Next is data privacy, really topical. Data is everywhere. As I said earlier in the introductory slide, every single transaction has some form of data element to it. And data privacy in a regulated environment becomes even more complex. So typically, Saban, what would a customer expect from a supplier when it comes to data privacy? And Raki, what would a typical supplier be willing to offer when it comes to data privacy type indemnities?
Okay. So look, the customer is looking for comprehensive, full-on data privacy indemnity. The customer would want an uncapped indemnity, and they would specifically want that to include indirect damages. That's what the customer would want. As to whether they will get that is a very different story. But the customer would want it to be uncapped. But in all likelihood, the customer is going to be prepared to accept the super cap for that claim, for data privacy there. But it's going to have to be substantial, because it's going to have to take into account, yes, a regulatory fine. It's going to have to, and I know the service provider will argue now the next points I'm bringing up are indirect damages, but it's going to have to take into account, for instance, loss in goodwill, reputation. What is the cost of the vendor? What is the cost of the customer now to do some sort of corrective campaign? And I don't mean remediating the breach. We know today that it's 47 to 50 million rand, I think, in South Africa, when it's potentially even more on the continent, but just to remediate one breach. But that's a core regulatory requirement. What about the softer things, like if I'm a bank, now my reputation is ruined. I deal in sensitive information and it's gone out the window. So that's what I would look for.
I think in this day and age, similarly, a supplier is very aware that these risks arise, and it's not a matter of if it comes up, it's a matter of when, because we know that cyber world is rife with cyber crimes, and data breaches are bound to happen. And I think as a supplier, you would be looking to limit the indemnity clause to specifically your direct involvement or your direct actions or omissions causing the data breach. And it's not ideal for a customer, I know, because you'll end up in an argument about who actually caused the breach. But that's the easiest way from a supplier's perspective to try and mitigate the impact of an indemnity. Further to that, similarly, data breaches cost a lot. Back in the day, if you look at contracts from about, I would say 5 to 10 years ago, or even longer than that, you'll find that service providers signed a blank check when it came to indemnities, and customers could push for unlimited, indemnities for data privacy breaches. That's no longer the case. The cost to remediating data privacy breaches are just too high, and if possible, and if the supplier has an insurance policy that can be used to help negotiate a super cap amount, that's what I would look to do for a data privacy one.
Okay, yeah. So data privacy is one of the trickier indemnities to negotiate. And I think ultimately when you're looking at indemnities, it's sometimes the actual indemnity is a problem. Other times it's not so much the indemnity or a party providing the indemnity that's a problem, but more of what is the consequence of an indemnity claim. So is it unlimited liability? Is it subject to some form of super cap? And Saban will unpack super cap shortly. Or is it subject to limitation on direct damages? Likewise with confidentiality, very similar. Then you get a whole species of other indemnities that a customer may want to see. I know when we act for customers, we are really, really creative in the type of indemnities that we ask for. But if Saban will unpack some of these just at a very high level, and Raki would give your typical service provider position. Which is no, basically, because it takes the ambit of indemnities a bit too wide. So Saban, yes. What about things like security, etc.?
Okay, so security, I am going to ask for one for security. That's because I would have given you my security standards to say that when you are touching my data or doing anything with my data, this is what my organization's technical organizational security measures require, and I'll expect you to comply with that. However, I am prepared to accept that that would not be an uncapped indemnity, that would fall within a super cap, which is over and above the direct damages cap and any other super cap. So it would be its own separate super cap.
Maybe if I can come in on that point, we would want to make sure from a supplier perspective that it is linked to a security obligation in the contract. And so the indemnity arises from a breach of a contractual obligation, not an overarching obligation to ensure that everything is secure, because nobody can give you that sort of assurance. So like you said, if there's a schedule, if there's a document, there's a policy around the security expectations of the customer, and a breach arises from that perspective, we may consider an indemnity subject to a super cap. But if it's an open-ended one, likely that indemnity will not be accepted.
Yeah, and typically, I mean, customers who may want to insist on security because it is becoming one of the most critical aspects of any IT contract. But from the supplier side, the question is, so what? I breach your security protocols, but have you really suffered any loss from a data privacy perspective? And if so, then aren't you already covered by the data privacy indemnity, which I provided, whether it's watered down or not, or the confidentiality provision? So sometimes there's this argument about double dipping. And customers who are creative will create various channels to actually introduce potential indemnity claims, and service providers who are savvy enough would say, actually, no, you're already covered elsewhere. I'm not going to allow you this opportunity to double dip. So the answer would be no. And again, this is where some of the arguments take place. Then what about AI? Very topical, and we will get into a whole section on AI in day 2 of our event. But for now, from an indemnity perspective, what would a client typically want to see, or customer typically want to see from an AI perspective?
I would definitely want a separate AI indemnity intelligence. And why I say separate, what we've also picked up recently in a lot of negotiations is we have service providers that will simply just point you to the fact that, but you've got an IP indemnity already, Mr. Customer, and you've got a separate data privacy indemnity, so you should be fine. Well, actually, no, you're not going to be fine. Yes, definitely IP speaks to AI, data speaks to AI. We can all agree to that. But there are other aspects that we need to consider. How is that AI being deployed? For instance, let's go to the very basics, and I don't want to spend too much of time on this because, as Ridwan stated, he's going to. There's a section on day 2, but things like biasness, discriminatory feedback, ensuring that IP risks are managed in the output. Those are not managed by an IP indemnity. Those are not managed by a data privacy indemnity. There are very specific, nuanced issues that one needs to consider when drafting an AI indemnity. It's not just simply IP and data. It drops down into various other avenues and touches other avenues, such as security, for instance. So you need to approach it when suppliers will often do this and say, but you've got the IP indemnity, you've got the data privacy indemnity. So what is the problem? Because you need to have an indemnity that is tied to the actual service. So if it's an AI service, it's got to be something that is easy to invoke. And if you have something tied to IP and then data privacy, if we go strictly according to the letter of a contract, it's going to be interpretation. It's going to be ensuring that what you're proving falls within those provisions and within those indemnities. It creates added layers of proof and creates added layers for the service provider to throw more mud at the wall to see what sticks.
From a supplier perspective, because the use of AI tools is still so new, I think there's a lot of risk for a supplier, especially in master service agreements or master outsourcing agreements, where they're meant to be relationship agreements and indefinite agreements, that these indemnities are probably going to be crafted very broadly because the services are not mature enough to, or at a stage where we can detail this like in a granular level that would be acceptable to a supplier. So at the moment, I think a supplier will generally just push back on it and not want to accept an indemnity around AI. If anything, there'll be some sort of cap that will apply to this indemnity. But we'd look at the wording of the AI indemnity to water it down as far as possible and include additional provisions around what the supplier expects the customer to do when using AI tools. So, obligations around the fact that data that's inputted into the AI tool is an obligation of the customer and that we accept no liability arising from the use of such data. There might be limitations or restrictions on the data outputs themselves. So I think this one is one that has to be looked at, like everything else, holistically in the agreement to see which provisions are actually interacting with the indemnity.
Okay. Then I spoke earlier about applicable law, and we unpacked that and some of the arguments for and against the warranty. What often happens then, a customer may want to say, if there's a breach of applicable law service provider, and there's a claim against me or I suffer any loss, I want you to make good on that. And naturally, I think service providers do push back on this because that's a big unknown. So, for example, if you are a provider who is industry neutral, so suppose you've got a technology and you provide it to a wide array of industries, you don't know, for example, there's something obscure in a piece of legislation called, say, the Explosives Act or, I don't know, the Second-Hand Goods Act, which may come back to bite you and indirectly make you add risk to your client and also then expose you to the potential of fines or penalties. Where this becomes a lot more sensible of a conversation is where you are acting in very regulated industries. So suppose a provider is providing you with software that is intended for you to comply with, say, a certain banking standard. Then it makes absolute sense for there to be a more detailed discussion around indemnities. And typically the debate is whether that do you actually need an indemnity or is this just a claim in the normal course? So on applicable law, these become contentious. On breach of contract, if a customer includes this and gets this right, the customer should be more worried than the supplier, because any supplier who's willing to give you a warranty for blanket breach of contract, it's a supplier who's really desperate for your business, really chasing your business, and haven't applied their minds to the type of risk they're actually signing up to. I know we often include this as a going in position. And sometimes we get it right, and that actually raises more red flags than not when we do get it right. Because any supplier who applies their mind to say, if there's a claim in the normal course, I'm not going to indemnify you, customer. You must claim in the normal course. You have the right to claim in a normal course, and that claim will be subject to some form of cap on damages. So it's a very tricky one in practice. We do include it, and if a vendor pushes back or supplier pushes back, we just delete it. We wouldn't even bother to argue in advance an argument why we want this in place, because we do know we have claims in the normal course. And next is even turning to the indemnity for fines and penalties. What would a typical customer want to see when it comes to an indemnity for fines and penalties?
Well, they're definitely going to want the indemnity for fines and penalties, and it should cover any fines issued by a regulator or anybody that has regulatory oversight. Very often, sometimes we try and tie this, couple it with breaches of applicable law also. But at the very least, yes, the customer would want this to be uncapped in a perfect world, but that's not going to happen. So the customer is also fine with this being a third party indemnity. There's no need for it to be party to party, because for the indemnity to be invoked, a regulator would have to institute the action or make the claim, which is by definition a third party. So we can't put this in a super cap.
Yeah. Okay, from
the supplier perspective, I think we always start with the premise that an indemnity tends to be a blank check, and it takes away a lot of the procedural aspects that would arise if a claim was made in the ordinary course. If there's a fine and penalty which arises because of some act or omission of the supplier, we would want the opportunity to be able to demonstrate that we were not liable for it before we made payment, which is what the indemnity does, right? It allows you to claim that money before proving anything or disproving anything. And so we would argue that it's probably, bring a claim in the ordinary course. I'm not going to give you the indemnity. Depending on the rest or the bucket of indemnities, and that's why there's a question mark, we might concede on it if we've been able to trade it off for something else, or we might really push hard if we were not able to get our way on some of the other indemnities.
And then we have a species of indemnities which we sometimes include around tax compliance. So suppose the supplier fails to do something and a revenue authority then sues the client, or a subcontractor of the supplier claims against the client, or an employee of the subcontractor of the client claims against, of the service provider claims against the client. In those instances, those are indemnities which we typically ask for, and generally they're not that contentious because you would more than often get those. Subcontractors is an interesting one, especially in cloud computing, because the ecosystem of cloud computing extends to multiple parties, and those multiple party relationships are often complex. So suppose you engage with a software as a service provider. They may be using infrastructure, for example, from Amazon Web Services or Microsoft Azure. Microsoft and Amazon are not going to give you a blank check ordinarily, or even their customers a blank check. So the likelihood of them being able to flow down any indemnities to you very slim. Some service providers would still assume that risk. Other service providers would want to pass that risk on to the customer and push back against these. But generally, these are the less contentious ones. We generally look at the type of service, and you make a call from a customer perspective. And then there's a whole host of other types of indemnities. Again, it's as creative as you want to be when it comes to indemnities. And more often than not, from a customer perspective, I mean, if you look at a typical ENS MSA, we generally our indemnities runs into pages and pages. Whereas if we act for a service provider, we give you very basic indemnities around IP, maybe data privacy, maybe confidentiality, and that's about it. So these are where the debates often take place when you are discussing or when you are negotiating MSA type clauses. And these are issues which can unstick or can suspend a negotiation. So we've seen clients walk away because the service provider refused to give an IP indemnity, which one would think is standard. We've seen clients walk away because the data privacy indemnity was, or there was no data privacy indemnity, and the limitation of liability was so low that the client was not willing to take such a big risk. So these things can lead to bigger issues if they're not resolved early on. So always apply your mind to indemnity clauses, irrespective of which side you're sitting on. These are critical. Also, in your own mind, you need to resolve which ones are more critical than others, because not all of these are critical indemnities. For me, the most important ones are IP, data privacy, confidentiality, and then third-party claims of any sort. The rest you can probably relax on or find some other creative way of dealing with it. But it's, again, I started today's session by saying you need to find what your own level of risk tolerance is. And only by understanding your own risk tolerance will you know from an organizational perspective where you are comfortable giving indemnities, where you're comfortable foregoing indemnities, and the extent to which indemnities you will require as an organization. And that will also help you determine your deal breaker versus deal maker type of clauses.
Maybe just to add one last perspective from the supplier side. This is all the customer indemnities that are being sought against the suppliers. A very savvy supplier would also seek to similarly ask for indemnities from the customer. And that's really very quickly where the wheels fall off. So, I was in a negotiation recently where the supplier, I was acting for the customer and the supplier asked for indemnities. The customer's solution was to let go of all of the indemnities because they were in a better position without an indemnity clause than providing an indemnity in their own right. So it's a really tricky, easy way of getting the customer to look at the indemnities in a lot more detail. So, a supplier might use that kind of strategy to limit the amount of indemnities being sought from them.
Yeah, and sometimes it's very legitimate to ask for it. So suppose a supplier is brought in to do a piece of development work in respect of third-party software, and they say, we want you, customer, to have the right licenses so we can do this work. It's a legitimate requirement. And if there's no license in place, we don't want to be sued by a third party. So again, always apply your mind to the facts of the type of contract you are negotiating. When you're negotiating at MSA level, it's a bit more difficult because you don't always know what the services are or how they'll evolve, which is why you then want to default to the best possible protection for your organization. And what's right and what's within your risk tolerance. And also then always leave the back door open to introduce further indemnities or carve outs to indemnities at a scope of work level or SOW level. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ridwan and Rocky. Okay, I'll now briefly touch on termination rights. So termination rights, critical in an agreement. They regulate the manner in which both parties are going to exit the contract. Typically, you'll have a right to terminate for convenience in general technology transactions and material outsource transactions. You'll have termination for breach and termination for causal events. So, termination for breach is quite self-explanatory. Either party will have the right to terminate should the defaulting party fail to remedy a material breach within the agreed time period, which is usually anywhere between 7 to 21 days, depending on what you agree. Then you have termination for convenience. Termination for convenience is exactly what it says or what it denotes. It allows the customer generally to terminate the agreement for convenience, to exit it without claiming breach, without terminating for cause. Now, why did I say that it's applicable to the customer more? Well, you would never want your supplier to have the right to terminate for convenience, for your supplier to realize that they've become an integral part of your operation, of your business, of your foundational operations, and therefore can now hold a gun to your head and say, we're going to terminate if you don't agree to our fee increases, or if you don't give us more work. That may be a far-fetched scenario, but it's something that you should consider. Termination for convenience, if it were to be extended to your service provider, would go to the root of your business continuity. And it is for that reason that the customer should be the only party that can terminate for convenience. Now, the next question you may be asking yourself, or certainly what some service providers argue, is that why would we enter into a contract if we're going to have the right to terminate, if we're going to give you, Mr. Customer, the right to terminate for convenience? That goes against the right to contract, or the meeting of minds. Well, IT contracts and the IT industry, like all different industries, are unique and have different nuances and requirements. And we all know that technology is an ever-evolving, fast-moving pace. We also know that the economy is an ever-moving and is ever-moving and not stagnant. We also know at the same time that your organizations are also moving, developing, and carrying on with their journey. Therefore, it would be very unrealistic to assume that when there's going to be a change in the market or a change in your company's operational requirements, it's not inconceivable for today that your entire company's IT operations are outsourced, which would probably be largely normal for most organizations. In a year from now, you could have a change in guard at the top with your CEO, CIO, CFO, and they could have a new strategy, perhaps best industry practice, or is now to insource everything. And they come to your legal department and say, we actually do not need 70% of the suppliers anymore. We only need the hyperscalers, which is 30% of our work. The 70% you can terminate, please. Now, they want to insource everything and take the company or organization in a different direction. That is when you are going to need a termination for convenience clause. That's 90% of the time, that is when termination for convenience is triggered in the ordinary course. In the other course that it's triggered in is usually, and this happens when you sometimes go through a dispute, you will assess your chance of obviously proving breach. And we've seen in instances that clients quantify, obviously, take an educated guess or an educated analysis, and therefore choose the termination for convenience route opposed to exercising breach. But termination for convenience does come with some form of a fee. And what do I mean by that? You are exercising a right now to exit the agreement earlier, to move off the agreement before it expired. So therefore, you need to take that into account. And therefore, you need to also remunerate the vendor for certain expenses that it may have incurred for you to provide the service to you. Now, that will usually be in the form of an early termination fee. Now, an early termination fee should be stipulated upfront. The customer should always know how much it's going to cost if they pull the trigger on termination for convenience. And when one considers the termination fee should only include costs that are dedicated to the customer, meaning that it's dedicated for the customer to enjoy the service, and that these items cannot be reapportioned, redeployed. So if you as the customer know from the start how much you have to pay if you have to exit the agreement for convenience, it will always make it simpler or less painful exercise to go on. A lot of the time when no termination fee is stipulated, but there's a provision in the document that states that a termination fee will be applicable, you'd be surprised when you do come to terminate for convenience, the amount of penalties or fees that are added to that. And that's why we say that it's critical that you understand how that penalty is made, what makes that penalty, what comprises of that fee. Now I'll take you on to the last topic. We're doing termination, right? Sorry, I thought.
It's okay.
This is a similar exercise as the previous two, but it's on termination rights.
Yeah. So the one of the last sections for today is termination rights. Again, one of the, I wouldn't say walkaway clauses in an agreement, but I mean, I don't think we've ever reached any agreement where we've had to stop negotiations because of failure to agree termination rights. But this is where customers and service providers tend to, if you leave it too long, make the most material concessions, because these are clauses often left for the last. And as I said earlier on, you really want to get these big issues out of the way as early as possible. I don't ever advocate that you confine your issues to a list of 5 most important issues or 10 most important issues. I think every single issue is important, but start with the ones which are historically or traditionally, I wouldn't say deal breakers, but clauses which really can get you tripped up. And termination right is one of them. So the first type of termination right that goes into any type of agreement is breach. A customer, you say, but what would a customer seek, Rocky? What would a service provider typically seek or want to provide?
So, I mean, the first two that detect the material breach, absolutely. Where material breach has been committed, the customer should have the right to terminate, obviously affording the vendor a period to remediate if that's capable. And then multiple breaches, the argument there would be that multiple small breaches can amount to a material breach. That's the argument that I would take as the customer's counsel. That yes, you, vendor, may be arguing that these are all smaller breaches, but all of these smaller breaches have had a wider impact and have now resulted in a material breach.
So from a customer perspective, I mean, a service provider would generally accede to the material breach. But from a customer perspective, a customer would often want that wider. They would want that is breach, any type of breach. Sometimes we would go into granular detail to define exactly what would constitute a breach while still leaving the back door open for any type of breach. Other times, by implication, only those issues which are material and go to the heart of the contract are capable of triggering materiality. So it's critical that you draft these clauses with precision. A simple reciprocal breach clause in IT contracts does not work. And if you see an IT contract and it's got a traditional services type of clause where it's just a mutual reciprocal breach clause, that is a very problematic IT contract because the risks are very different in both worlds. And the risk that each party tries to mitigate is very different, especially when you are acting in more regulated industries or you have business critical systems running off a specific type of service. You really don't want there to always be the possibility of breach hanging around you. And I think that's where there's a big trick in drafting these clauses. So don't ever accept a simple, straightforward breach clause as being default standard in IT contracts because it's not. It's very nuanced. And that's where we see general commercial lawyers get IT contracts wrong all the time, where they would simply rely on a very typical breach clause. It looks very fair, it looks very balanced, it looks very equal, but the risks are not equal. The nuances between the service provider and customer are not equal. From a customer perspective, your risks are far greater, especially if you have something that's difficult to switch away from. I spoke earlier on about switching costs and how that diminishes your negotiation power. So if your switching costs are high, you don't want to have a 14-day breach period in a service provider shuts you out of a mission critical system. Think of it if, for example, you're a bank and your internet banking site is in the hands of a third-party service provider. You would not want them to simply terminate because of a normal breach or place you on terms, and after 14 days, 21 days, 30 days, even 90 days for that matter, because these are difficult systems to move away from. You integrate it into it, your business may be running off these systems. These become really hotly contested breach clauses. when you are drafting these clauses, again, if there's one of the tips that you should be taking away from today, don't rely on just a general breach, irrespective of which side of the table you sit on, whether you're a service provider or you're a customer, because the nuances are very different in technology contracts. And a normal breach clause, which goes into any type of service agreement, does not work for IT contracts. There's too much risk on both parties' side. Then let's move on to service level failures. Again, we'll unpack service levels in a great degree of detail, but typically, Saban, what would a customer want from a service perspective? And Rocky, what would a supplier be willing to offer or not want from a termination perspective?
So the customer will want to be able to call material breach on service level failure if there are 3 or 4 service level failures in a rolling 12-month period. So not consecutive, but 3 service level failures or 4 service level failures in a 12-month period. For me, as customers counsel, would amount to material breach.
From a supplier's perspective, that's generally contentious. So we try and see if there's any other remedy that a customer might accept instead of a breach remedy. I mean, a termination, right? So that would be, for example, service penalties or some sort of compensation that would, give the customer comfort that this won't happen again, which might be a remediation plan or something similar. The service provider doesn't go into a contract looking to terminate the contract. They're in the business of doing business. And so we wouldn't want to accept a lot of termination rights for the customer. The only other way to mitigate this from the supplier's perspective is to limit the termination right to the actual service order or statement of work or transaction agreement. So, to just allow the termination for that service and not for the contract as a whole. Because if they terminated the entire agreement because of this service level failure, which facts might differ as to why that occurred in the first place, that's obviously a huge impact for the supplier. So we'd have to see it in context, but those are some of the things that we try to do.
Sure. So from a service level perspective, these again can become really, really complex issues in technology agreements because there's multiple considerations. So from a customer perspective, the customer is paying for a service. The customer expects the service and the customer wants full value for the service. And sometimes if that service is client facing, a service failure will never, or even a damages claim will not compensate the customer for loss in business, loss in custom, etc. And more often than not, there would be that exclusion anyway on liability. From a service provider perspective, the key here is how do you instill trust in your customer, still give them something, but not place your entire revenue stream at risk because ultimately you are in the business of generating a profit. So there's various mechanisms to unlock this. Some of the mechanisms include there may be multiple breaches before you can call a service level or terminate because of service level failures. There may be service credit as a penalty, and many service providers would want service credits or penalties to be a sole and exclusive remedy, which means you can't terminate the agreement based on it. Or you may offer additional things like a service improvement plan or a remediation plan to say, we'll fix this, we'll invest the money to make sure this doesn't happen again. So that gives you customer confidence in our service and our ability to be able to recover. Other times, we also see coupled with service credit is the concept of earn back. So, we may have lost your trust, customer, but give us the chance to earn back your trust and earn back our revenue as well. We'll unpack that more when we get into service levels. But this is one of the areas, especially in longer term engagements, where you need to apply special diligence to it. And there's lots of crafty ways to come up with solutions which work for both parties. We've had one contract which we spent almost 8 months negotiating, and this was the very last issue, and it took us over a month to resolve this issue, and notwithstanding negotiating day in, day out, because both parties were keen to do the deal, but we simply were not finding each other on what type of metrics would satisfy one and not the other, especially because it was a regulated industry, it was a customer-facing or direct customer impact type of service. So there were a lot of nuances attached to it. Conversely, the service provider, because it was a massive multi-billion or multi-$100 million type of contract, they would obviously want to secure this revenue stream and not compromise it because of service level failures. Then what are some of the other grounds for termination, Saban? Let's speak about bribery, corruption, and sanctions.
So that that's a definite right that I will retain in today's current climate, and not just, I mean, globally. This isn't even a regional thing. This is a global thing. Bribery, corruption, and sanctions, absolutely. If I want the right to terminate, if the supplier is credibly implicated in that, and that's primarily because my name's attached to them if they're a service provider, and if I'm an accountable institute such as a bank, a financial services provider, a medical scheme, it makes it even more difficult. Worse off if I'm even a state-owned entity and I'm receiving services from an entity that's compromised. That's even worse.
Yeah, and then from a supplier perspective, some suppliers will give you this as a termination right without hesitation. Others push back significantly because either they've got skeletons in the closet, or they genuinely are concerned because, I mean, the IT industry, as I told you right up front, 20 years in the IT industry, I can say without hesitation, it still is and remains one of the most corrupt industries out there. So more often than not, suppliers push back on this. And sometimes they just don't know what their people are getting up to on the ground. Salespeople have targets. In order to meet those targets, they go into all sorts of nefarious things. And they may be, lone wolf operators, notwithstanding or not going through general company protocols. Other times, companies themselves actually have protocols around bribery and corruption. When I say this, I mean, I think up to about 10 years ago, in places like Switzerland and Germany, you could actually get tax deductions for bribing people. So that too has become, or that too is quite problematic. And then other grounds for termination is IP.
Yes, I mean, so other grounds definitely. If you misappropriate third-party IP or even my IP, I want, and notwithstanding the fact that you give me the indemnity, I want the right to be able to terminate the agreement. Similarly, if it's a breach of data privacy or you've misappropriated data or my data, I am going to retain that right to terminate. Benchmarking, it's generally contentious. I'm prepared to compromise a little bit there on the benchmarking right to terminate automatically. Force majeure, we do usually agree. Exercise step in, absolutely. If I have to exercise step in for a period that's in excess of what we've agreed, then I want the right to basically terminate, and I would build that into a termination right.
And I think from the supplier's perspective, some of these are actually quite difficult to stand behind as to why you wouldn't give a termination, right? So, for example, the bribery, corruption, sanctions issues, like Radwan said, it normally raises bigger concerns about why a supplier might not agree to a termination right under those circumstances. So those ones are a bit more tricky. When it comes to IP, data, privacy, security, confidentiality, I think it comes down to the wording around the termination right. And I guess most of the time the argument is around, a very minor non-compliance with, a customer's specific obligations in respect to confidentiality shouldn't give rise to a termination event for the whole agreement. Perhaps there's a way to resolve that without terminating this relationship. So we really want to be interrogating those clauses in detail. I think often, suppliers and customers don't look at these rights in the context of the clause because you've probably been negotiating for weeks and you're really tired by the time you get to this and we don't apply our mind appropriately. But I think it's always worth going back to those clauses and seeing exactly what how the cycle works and where the links are. On benchmarking, if we agreed the clause to benchmarking, the termination right would not be one we would easily offer. Similarly, for step in, it's not.
Would you accept? Would you accept that it's a no fault termination?
No fault termination.
And that we're not going to pay an early termination fee, but we aren't going to claim breach either. So
it's always a hard one.
So both parties can walk away unsatisfied.
Depends how I guess the clauses are crafted. From a supplier's perspective, what you don't want is a customer where it has a change of people who's looking after the relationship and someone just has friends with a different competitor of yours and they just want to terminate the agreement. So I think what you're trying to guard against is, customers also just trying to get out of a contract as compared to where we actually did something wrong. And so it's always this little bit of a toss up in the conversation with a customer around termination clauses, that, we committing to you, you asking us for all of these obligations, we doing it, we don't want you to leave, we want to work together. So that's kind of the balancing act on these.
Yeah. So I mean, ultimately, when you're looking at termination rights, the customer looks at it from the perspective of risk to me. If I don't want to be paying for a service that I'm not receiving. But at the same time, in as much as we have these termination rights, if your switching costs are high, chances of you ever exercising these rights are very slim. And we see so many transactions where we've concluded very robust agreements, but the customer was locked in from a previous time because it may have been a renewal, etc. And the switching costs are so high that even there may be the most blatant breach, there may be instances of blatant corruption, there may be multiple service failures, but because the switching cost to move to another service provider is so high and so prohibitive, the customer says we'd rather see out this contract and live with a bad contract for 3 years. It's cheaper than or it's not practical for us to move to a new service provider overnight. So always bear that in mind. So in as much as we negotiate maximum protection for a customer, from a customer's perspective, it's not always easy to pull the plug on services, especially where your switching costs become high. Conversely, from a supplier perspective, your primary motivation is protection of your revenue stream. And as far as possible, whatever is potentially going to impact negatively on your revenues, or if you, this concept of revenue recognition, which we'll cover in day 2, if your revenue is under pressure, you really don't want to be or doing anything to compromise that revenue stream. So this is where the major toss-ups generally take place in practice. And then I think we're onto probably our last section for the day, and that is limitation of liability. Isavan will talk through this, and then we'll probably conclude for today and move on to day 2. Thank you, Isavan.
Thank you, Ridwan. Thank you, Rocky. I'll touch on now limitation of liability. And as we stated, indemnities and liabilities generally are read together. So typically, limitation of liability, what is this? This clause is there that segregates both parties' liability should there be a breach, should either party breach the terms of the agreement. So it clearly quantifies what the customer's damages would be and what the supplier's damages would be. Now, typically damages are broken up into 2 categories, direct damages and indirect damages. Direct damages are also referred to as general damages, and these are damages that are directly linked to the act or omission that the supplier committed that led to the loss that the customer suffered. So there's a causal link between the act or omission and the loss suffered by the customer. Then you have an indirect damage, sometimes also called consequential loss or special loss, and this is a more remote loss. This is something that is not directly connected to the act or omission and is more remote. And typical types of losses here would be loss of profits, loss of goodwill, reputational loss. You then have a concept of in contract law, which is the uncapped heads of losses. These are heads of damages or losses that either the customer or the vendor agree sits under an uncapped heads of loss, meaning that they will not be part of the direct damages cap or super cap. A super cap or cap is the maximum exposure that a party would have should they breach a particular provision, and that's a cap. And then a super cap is a cap over and above any additional caps on liability. And typical examples of super caps would be caps used for indemnities that pertain to data breaches, caps used for indemnities that pertain to any breaches of confidentiality, or indemnities for breaches of data security that these would typically fall within a super cap. So how do you know where to end up with negotiations? How do you know to go in? Should you go in uncapped, capped? Should you have super cap? Should you agree to direct or indirect? Let's look at the next slide, which sets forth the position. So over here, just briefly, I'll just go through this very quickly because I know we are running out of time. What you'll typically see is that in the perfect world, the customer would start off wanting uncapped direct damages. However, the customer will settle generally anywhere between 3 to 5 times the fees paid or payable under the applicable SOW work order or transaction document for which that breach occurred. That means that the general market standard cap for the customer in the customer's world is generally 3 to 5 times the fees paid or payable. For the supplier or the service provider sees that it's equitable for the service provider to return exactly what you paid them should a breach occur. So it's typically 1-for-1. Now, when negotiating a direct damages cap, I would urge you not to agree to the 1-for-1 cap. That is because just receiving what you paid for will never place you in the position you were in prior to the breach occurring. That is why we insist on a factor. Now, indirect damages. Indirect damages are, as I stated, the special and consequential damages. They are generally excluded with certain exceptions. That's the customer's view. The supplier's view is that they are excluded in totality. Now, the customer, for instance, the customer's view for indirect losses, it's very typical to pick up a first draft contract of a customer and to see that IP infringement, data privacy, security, confidentiality, breach of warranties, and all the indemnities are uncapped. That is typical. Now, for the supplier, you will typically see that the supplier will generally strike through almost everything that I just mentioned, except for the third-party IP indemnity, fraud, willful misconduct, death and personal injury, and maybe confidentiality. So how do you unlock this issue? Well, you need to understand and look firstly at what is the service that is being provided, how regulated are you, where are your pain points. That will dictate to you what super caps to go with. Are you going to go with a super cap on data privacy, or are you going to go for an uncapped data privacy indemnity? Are you going to go for a super cap on confidentiality and security and go for a higher super cap on data privacy? These are all things that you need to consider, but ultimately it comes down to risk appetite and understanding what is your risk exposure, what is the vendor in control of, and what is the worst case scenario. And look, blanket exclusions of liability, as stated, they should be raised and always be considered as a red flag, and you should immediately already be concerned with that. With that in mind, that brings us to the end of today's session. And I'll let Ridwan just give you a few details of what you can expect to see on day 2.
Sure. So we do appreciate that there are some questions in the Q&A box. We will answer those questions in our next session if we can get to those. In day 2, we'll be covering, we'll start with a general discussion around contracting in various jurisdictions, and that will be a panel discussion with various colleagues from some of our offices. We'll also then go into commonly encountered clauses. We'll conclude with those. We'll delve into software licensing versus support versus development versus configuration versus SaaS, because these are probably the most encountered types of contracts in practice. We'll also unpack service levels and go into a great degree of detail around these. Likewise, cloud computing contracts, artificial intelligence contracts. We'll touch very briefly on electronic contracting. And then finally, just tips and tricks to improve the contractual process. So we do hope you've enjoyed today's presentation. We will make a copy of these slides available via email to all attendees in due course. And we look forward to seeing you in the next event. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you.
Thanks all.